Welcome to Dreamy Night Facts, where history becomes the perfect companion for the end of your day. Tonight, as the world outside grows quiet, we invite you to rest, relax, and drift through history. Not the history of textbooks and timelines, but the living, breathing world of the past. The smell of ancient cities, the weight of extraordinary lives, the moments that shaped everything that came after. You don't need to do anything except close your eyes and let the story carry you. We'll take care of the rest. Before we begin, if you find yourself enjoying the journey tonight, a like on this video means more than you might think. It helps other people find their way here too. And if you'd like to make this a regular part of your evenings, subscribing will make sure we're always here when you need us. No noise, no pressure, just history, waiting for you whenever the day is done. Now, get comfortable. Tonight, we travel. There is a woman history has never quite managed to tell the truth about. Not because the truth is unavailable. It is extraordinarily well documented in her own letters and memoirs and the dispatches of the diplomats who watched her, in the accounts of the philosophers she corresponded with, and the generals she commanded and the lovers she chose and discarded and occasionally loved with a depth that surprised even her. The truth about Catherine the Great is not hidden. It is simply buried under 2.5 centuries of slander and caricature, and the specific kind of diminishment that powerful women have always attracted from the people who found their power intolerable. You probably already know the story that isn't true. The horse, let me tell you the story, because you may not have heard it in full, and because it is instructive, not about Catherine, but about what happens to powerful women after they die. The story, as it circulated across the courts of Europe after her death, goes like this. Catherine the Great, Empress of all Russia, died while attempting to have sexual relations with a horse. The precise mechanism varies depending on who is telling it. In some versions, it is a harness that breaks. In others, a pulley system. In others, simply the animal itself. The details shift and elaborate with each retelling, the way salacious stories always do. Each version slightly more specific and therefore slightly more convincing than the last, until the whole thing acquires the texture of documented fact. None of it happened. Not one word of it is true. It was fabricated, almost certainly by the Prussian court, possibly with contributions from the French, definitely spread with enthusiasm by anyone who had reason to dislike her, which by the end of her reign included most of the monarchies of Europe. Catherine had made Russia larger and more powerful than it had ever been. She had humiliated the Ottomans, partitioned Poland, and conducted herself with an authority that left very little room for the condescension that her male contemporaries felt was their natural right. When she died, the story appeared almost immediately. as though it had been waiting, ready-made for the moment she was no longer alive to refute it. It has outlasted almost everything else about her in popular memory. More people know the horse story than know the name Potemkin. More people know the horse story than know that she founded the Hermitage. This is what slander does when it is sufficiently vivid and sufficiently targeted. It colonizes the memory and crowds out the truth, and the truth has to fight for every inch of the space that was always rightfully its own. Catherine the Great died of a stroke in her dressing room on the morning of the 16th of November 1796. She was 67 years old. She had been at her desk the night before. She died as she had lived, working. But the horse is not the only lie. There is the lie about the lovers, that she was governed by them, manipulated by them, that her relationships with men were a weakness that undermined her judgment and compromised her rule. The historical record suggests almost the opposite. Catherine chose her lovers with the same strategic clarity she brought to everything else. Several of them became significant statesmen. One of them, Grigory Potemkin, became the co-ruler of the largest empire on earth, her partner in everything that mattered, the person she may have secretly married and certainly never stopped loving, the man she called her husband and her student and her teacher and her sovereign lord, in the same letters in which she was signing imperial decrees that governed 300 million people. There is the lie that she was not really Russian, that she was a German pretender, an outsider who seized a throne that was not hers and ruled a people she did not belong to. Catherine arrived in Russia at 14, speaking no Russian, knowing nothing of the Orthodox faith, carrying nothing except intelligence and ambition and the specific ferocious will of a person who has decided that circumstance is not destiny. She learned Russian with a devotion that broke her health. She converted to Orthodoxy with a sincerity that her contemporaries, who watched her carefully, because everything about her was watched carefully, found convincing. She spent 34 years governing Russia with a commitment to its greatness that many rulers born to the throne never managed to equal. There is the lie that she was a hypocrite, that the Enlightenment philosophy she professed was simply decoration, a flattering correspondence with famous men that had no connection to how she actually governed. This one is more complicated because it contains a truth. Catherine read Montesquieu and wrote her own political treatise drawing on his principles, and then signed legislation that made the lives of serfs worse rather than better, because the nobility that kept her on the throne depended on serfdom, and she depended on the nobility. She knew this. She wrote about it, privately, with the specific anguish of a person who can see the gap between what they believe and what they do, and cannot find a way to close it. The hypocrisy was real. So was the philosophy. Both things were true, and the tension between them ran through her entire reign like a crack in otherwise magnificent architecture. And then there is the largest lie of all, the one so embedded in how she is remembered that most people don't recognize it as a lie at all. The lie that she was remarkable for a woman. Catherine was not remarkable for a woman. She was remarkable, full stop. One of the most capable rulers of the 18th century, operating in a world that was doing everything it could to limit what she was allowed to be, and exceeding those limits so comprehensively that her contemporaries eventually ran out of ways to contain her and settled instead for mocking her after her death. Frederick the Great of Prussia, who was her contemporary and her rival, and no friend to anyone he didn't have to be friendly to, called her Catherine the Great while she was still alive. Not Catherine the Great for a woman, not remarkable given the circumstances. Great, the same word he used for himself. He was right. This is the full story, not the caricature. The real woman. In the real world she was born into, and the real world she made. A minor German princess in a cold provincial city, selected at 14 to be the wife of a man she had never met, sent to a country she did not know, to a court that was watching for any sign of weakness, in an empire that had already killed or exiled or imprisoned several of the people who had stood where she was standing. She not only survived, she took the whole thing. It begins in a small house, in a small city, on the Baltic coast, in the winter of 1729, with a girl who is reading when she should be asleep. Close your eyes for a moment and find the cold, not the dramatic cold of the Russian steppe that will come later in this story, not the cold that freezes rivers solid and kills horses and turns breath to ice before it has left the mouth. Find instead a smaller cold, a provincial cold, the specific grey chill of a Baltic coastal city in the 1730s, where the wind comes off the water without obstruction and finds its way through every gap in every wall with the patient thoroughness of something that has all the time in the world. Stettin is a small city on the Oder River in what is now northwestern Poland, and was then the Duchy of Pomerania, a territory belonging to the Kingdom of Prussia. It is not an important city. It is not an unimportant city. It is precisely the kind of city that exists in the middle distance of history, large enough to have a castle and a garrison and a court of sorts, small enough that everyone of consequence knows everyone else of consequence, and the boundaries of what is possible are visible from any window on a clear day. In winter, the river is grey-green and slow, carrying ice fragments southward toward the sea. The streets are cobblestone, slick with frost in the early morning before the traffic of the day has worn them clear. The houses of the minor nobility are tall and narrow, their facades painted in the faded ochres and terracottas of the previous century, their interiors heated by tile stoves that hold warmth through the night and smell of pine wood and ash in the morning when they are relit. It smells of wood smoke here and river water and the particular cold weather smell of stone that has been cold for months and will be cold for months more. A mineral smell, clean and slightly melancholy. The smell of a place where winter is not an event but a condition. It is very early in the morning. The city is not yet awake, or not fully, not in the way it will be in 2 hours, when the garrison stirs and the market begins, and the ordinary noise of a small Prussian city goes about its ordinary business. Right now, there is only the pre-dawn quiet and the cold and the particular darkness of a northern winter night that does not go easily, that holds on longer than seems reasonable, as though the sky itself is reluctant to commit to the day. In a house on the edge of the castle district, not the grandest house, not the most modest, a house that expresses its occupant's position precisely, which is to say comfortably above the ordinary and considerably below the significant. A candle is burning in an upstairs window. It has been burning for some time. The girl in the room is 9 years old, or perhaps 10. The precise date is uncertain, and she herself, in her memoirs written 60 years later, does not clarify it, as though the specific year mattered less than the fact of it, less than the continuous, uninterrupted fact of a child who read when she should have been sleeping, who could not stop her mind from moving even when her body was required to be still. The book in her hands is history. It is almost always history. She has worked her way through what is available in the household, her father's military texts, her mother's French novels, the theological volumes that no one else touches, and she returns most reliably to history, to the stories of people who did things, who changed things, who walked into rooms that were not expecting them, and rearranged the furniture of the world. She does not know yet that she will be one of them. Or perhaps she does, in the way that certain children know things about themselves that they cannot yet articulate, a sense of scale that has no object yet, an ambition that has not yet found its direction but is already there, already present, already larger than the room and the house and the city and the small cold duchy that is the entire known world. Her name is Sophie. Sophie Friederike Auguste von Anhalt-Zerbst-Dornberg. To give her the full weight of her entirely undistinguished noble lineage, her father is Christian August, Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst, a Prussian military officer of impeccable if minor nobility, a decent man, a conscientious man, a man of complete ordinariness, whom his daughter loved with a simple, uncomplicated warmth that she extended to very few people in her life. He is at his garrison. He is usually at his garrison. The household is run by her mother. Her mother is another matter entirely. Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp is a woman of significant ambition and insufficient outlet, clever, socially acute, intensely aware of the gap between the family's nominal status and its actual influence, and determined to close that gap through her daughter if she cannot close it through herself. She is not a warm mother. She is an instructive one. She tells Sophie regularly that she is not pretty, not cruelly, or not only cruelly, but practically, as preparation for a world in which pretty girls had one set of options and clever girls had another, and Sophie should be clear about which category she occupied and plan accordingly. Sophie listened. Sophie always listened. She listened to everything, filed everything away, learned from everything, including and especially the things that were intended to diminish her. Outside the window, the city is beginning to stir. The first light is coming. Not warmly, not the golden light of a Mediterranean morning, but the specific grey-white light of a Baltic winter dawn, arriving sideways, tentatively, as though uncertain of its welcome. It finds the cobblestones first, then the river, then the rooftops, then the castle on its hill above the city, its walls the colour of old bone in the early light. The candle in the upstairs window is still burning. Sophie is still reading. She will not remember specifically what book it was. She will remember the cold of the room and the warmth of the candle and the feeling of being entirely absorbed in something larger than the room. The feeling, she writes in her memoirs, of being somewhere else, of the walls of the house dissolving and the world opening outward into all the places and times that books contained. She will spend the rest of her life trying to get to those places. She will largely succeed. In 14 years, a letter will arrive from Russia. It will change everything. The city, the house, the candle, the cold, the small and entirely ordinary life that is currently the only life available to a minor Prussian princess in a provincial garrison town on the Baltic coast. It will change her name. But that is 14 years away. Right now, there is only the cold room and the grey dawn coming slowly over the river, and a girl reading by candlelight in a house that history has almost entirely forgotten, in a city that has no idea what it is about to produce. The candle burns, the pages turn. The world outside is cold and quiet and completely unaware. The girl from Stettin. She was born on the 2nd of May, 1729, in the middle of the night, during a thunderstorm. Her mother was disappointed. She had wanted a boy. This detail, recorded in Johanna Elizabeth's own correspondence, with a frankness that suggests she did not consider it remarkable enough to conceal, establishes the terms of the relationship with an efficiency that would be almost comic if its consequences were not so significant. Sophie arrived in the world already insufficient, already the wrong thing, already required to compensate for a failure that was not her failure, in a family that needed something she was not. She spent the next 14 years compensating anyway, not in the way that diminished people compensate, not with apology or retreat, but in the way of someone who has been told the rules of the game and decided to win it on different terms entirely. The household she grew up in was noble without being wealthy, respectable without being significant, connected to the great families of Protestant Europe by the elaborate genealogical threads that linked every minor German principality to every other, but connected in the way of distant cousins rather than close relations, aware of the proximity to power without being in any meaningful sense close to it. Her father, Christian August, was everything his position required him to be, and nothing more. He was a soldier, competent, disciplined, loyal to the Prussian crown with the uncomplicated fidelity of a man who'd been trained from birth to understand loyalty as the primary virtue, and had never found reason to question that training. He loved his daughter. He showed it in the particular way of men of his class and generation, through attention rather than affection, through the time he spent talking to her about history and philosophy and the management of people, treating her, from quite early, as someone whose mind was worth engaging rather than simply forming. Sophie adored him. In her memoirs, written at the height of her power, surrounded by the most sophisticated court in Europe, she describes her father with the simplicity and warmth she extends to almost no one else. He was good, she writes, simply, uncomplicatedly good, in a life that would bring her into contact with almost every variety of human complexity. She seems to have held on to that early experience of uncomplicated goodness as a fixed point, something to measure everything else against. Her mother was the fixed point's opposite. Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp was, by every account including her daughters, a difficult woman. Not villainously difficult, not cruel in any systematic way, not deliberately destructive, but difficult in the way of people who are more intelligent than their circumstances allow them to be, who can see the full scope of what they might have been and cannot stop comparing it to what they are, and who direct the resulting frustration at the nearest available target with a consistency that looks, from the outside, a great deal like cruelty, even when it is not precisely intended as such. She told Sophie she was not pretty. This was not entirely untrue. Sophie was not, by the conventional standards of the 18th century, a great beauty. She had good eyes, intelligence in her face, a quality of attention that made people feel seen. But she was not the kind of girl whose appearance opened doors. Johanna made sure she knew this regularly, because Johanna believed that a girl who overestimated her own attractions would make mistakes that a girl with clear eyes about her limitations would avoid. She also told Sophie, with equal regularity, that she was clever. This was Sophie's inheritance from her mother. Not warmth, not encouragement in any conventional sense, but a completely unsentimental assessment of what she actually had to work with and an expectation that she would work with it. It was, in its way, a more useful gift than warmth would have been. Warmth would have made Sophie comfortable. Johanna's particular brand of cold clarity made Sophie formidable. She was educated in the manner of minor German nobility. French, which was the language of European culture and therefore non-negotiable. German, music, dancing, the rudiments of Lutheran theology, and enough history and literature to make her a competent conversationalist in any aristocratic drawing room in Europe. She exceeded the requirements of this education so comprehensively that her tutors were uncertain what to do with her. The French she mastered completely. It would become, effectively, her first language, the language in which she thought most naturally and wrote most fluently for the rest of her life. The music she learned adequately and forgot willingly. The dancing she learned well, because she had understood from a young age that a woman's body was a political instrument, and that how you move through a room told people things about you before you had opened your mouth, and she wanted to control what she told them. The history she consumed with an appetite that went so far beyond the curriculum that her tutors eventually gave up trying to direct it and simply supplied her with books. She read Plutarch, she read Tacitus, she read the French philosophers, Voltaire, whose wit delighted her, and Montesquieu, whose political philosophy would eventually become the foundation of her own. She read about Peter the Great, Catherine's predecessor and the founder of the Russia she would one day rule, with a fascination that in retrospect seems almost prophetic. Here was a ruler who had taken a backward, isolated country and forced it into modernity through sheer will, who had built a city on a swamp, who had made something from nothing by refusing to accept that nothing was what was available. She filed all of it away. She was always filing things away. Her social world was small. Stettin was not a capital. It was not a cultural center. The court that gathered around her father's position was provincial in the truest sense. Intelligent enough, well-mannered enough, but bounded by the horizons of a small city in a secondary duchy, its ambitions calibrated to the scale of what was actually available, rather than what might theoretically be possible. Sophie moved through this world with a social ease that was entirely performed and entirely convincing. She had learned young that the way to survive in a court, even a minor one, was to make everyone feel that you found them interesting, and she had the intelligence to actually find most people at least partially interesting, which made the performance easier to sustain. But she was not of it. Even at 10, even at 12, there was something in her that existed at a different scale from the garrison dinners and the Sunday services and the small ceremonies of a small court, something that had not yet found its object but was already straining against the limits of what was available. Her mother saw it. Johanna had the same quality in herself, unsatisfied and slightly embittered by its unsatisfaction, and she recognized it in her daughter with a mixture of pride and something more complicated, the specific feeling of a woman who has not been given the scope her abilities deserved, watching a daughter who might be given it, and not being entirely certain how she feels about that. She began, quietly, to position Sophie. The tool she had was genealogy, the web of connections that linked the minor Protestant nobility of Germany to the major courts of Europe was, in the 18th century, both the primary mechanism of dynastic politics and an extraordinarily useful social asset. If you knew how to read it. Johanna could read it with the precision of a cartographer. She knew exactly which threads connected her family to which courts, which connections were warm and which merely nominal, which royal houses were currently in need of what she had to offer. What she had to offer was Sophie. Not yet. Sophie was a child. But Johanna began the correspondence, the careful cultivation of connections, the gentle positioning of her daughter in the awareness of people who might, at some future point, find her useful. She was not cynical about this, or not entirely. She believed in Sophie, believed in her intelligence and her adaptability and her capacity for the kind of total transformation that dynastic marriage required. She was simply also practical. Sophie was an asset. Assets required management. Sophie watched her mother work. She learned from this too. The childhood ended gradually, the way childhoods do. Not in a single moment, but in a series of small recalibrations, each one moving her a little further from the girl reading by candlelight in the cold room, and a little closer to the woman she was becoming. She grew tall, taller than her mother, taller than most of the girls she knew, which, in the 18th century, was a mixed asset associated with authority, but not with the delicate femininity that the marriage market preferred. She grew into her face, the good eyes becoming more prominent, the quality of attention more legible, the intelligence more visible. She was not beautiful. She was something more durable than beautiful, striking, magnetic in the way of people who make you feel, when they are looking at you, that you are the only person in the room. She had her mother's social acuity and her father's moral seriousness and something that belonged entirely to herself, a quality of absolute focus, of total present tense engagement with whatever was in front of her, that she had been practicing since childhood in the pages of books, and that would become, in the years ahead, one of the most powerful tools in her considerable arsenal. She was 13 when the letter arrived, not the letter from Russia that would come a year later and change everything. This was a smaller letter, a letter from the Swedish court, where there was a prince who needed a wife and whose advisors had noticed Sophie's name on a list. Johanna began the correspondence with the focused attention of a woman who's been waiting for exactly this. It came to nothing. The Swedish match dissolved before it properly formed, for reasons of politics that had nothing to do with Sophie, and everything to do with the particular instability of the Swedish succession at that moment. Sophie received this news with the equanimity of someone who has not yet attached hope to an outcome. She went back to her books. She continued her French. She kept moving, kept watching, kept filing things away. She was 14 years old. She had, though she did not know it yet, approximately 1 year left in the only life she had ever known. The letter for Russia. The Empress of Russia needed a wife for her nephew. This is the bald fact at the center of everything that follows. The hinge on which an entire life turns. The accident of dynastic politics that took a minor German princess from a cold provincial city and deposited her, 14 months later, in the most powerful court in Europe. It did not feel like destiny at the time. It felt like a letter. The letter arrived in November 1743, addressed to Johanna Elizabeth. Empress Elizabeth of Russia was the daughter of Peter the Great, that extraordinary, terrifying, transformative Tsar who had dragged Russia into modernity by force of will and physical intimidation, who had built St. Petersburg on a swamp, who had executed his own son, who had worked as a common laborer in the shipyards of Holland in order to understand the craft of shipbuilding well enough to create a Russian navy. Elizabeth had inherited his energy and his appetites and something of his vision, if not always his discipline. She was vain, brilliant, politically acute, and intermittently decisive in the way of rulers who are capable of great clarity and also capable of deferring difficult decisions for months while attending to the theatre and the ballroom instead. She had no legitimate heir. Her nephew Peter, Karl Ulrich of Holstein-Gottorp, the son of her dead sister, had been brought to Russia and designated the Grand Duke, heir to the Russian throne. He was 15 years old, slight, prone to illness, and possessed of a personality that Elizabeth found deeply unsatisfying in a future emperor. He was also, and this was the pressing practical problem, unmarried. He needed a wife. The wife needed to be Protestant or willing to convert to Orthodoxy, which amounted to the same thing in practice. She needed to be of suitable birth, noble, but not so grand that her family would bring political complications. She needed to be young enough to be formed by Russia rather than resistant to it. And she needed, ideally, to be the kind of person who could manage Peter, who was already displaying the erratic, childish, politically obtuse qualities that would eventually cost him his throne. and possibly his life. Elizabeth's advisors drew up lists. The lists were circulated. The names on them were considered and rejected for the usual reasons: too connected to France, too connected to Austria, too Protestant in a way that would complicate the conversion, too old, too young, too already promised elsewhere. One name kept appearing: Sophie von Anhalt-Zerbst, 14 years old, minor Prussian nobility, connected enough to be respectable, obscure enough to be unencumbered, a mother with Holstein connections, which meant family ties to Peter himself, and a reputation filtering through the correspondence of people who had met her for an unusual quality of intelligence and adaptability. Frederick the Great of Prussia, who had his own reasons for wanting a Prussian princess on the Russian throne, recommended her directly to Elizabeth with an enthusiasm that was diplomatic in its expression and entirely strategic in its motivation. Elizabeth was interested. The letter that arrived at the house in Stettin was careful and oblique in the way of 18th century diplomatic correspondence. It did not say what it meant directly, because direct statements created direct obligations, and the situation was not yet at the stage of obligations. What it said, between its elaborate courtesies, was this: bring your daughter to Russia. The Empress wishes to meet her. Johanna understood immediately. She had been working toward exactly this kind of letter for years. Not this specific letter, not Russia specifically, but a letter of this type, from a court of this significance, expressing this quality of interest in her daughter. She had cultivated the connections, managed the genealogical threads, kept Sophie's name in the awareness of the right people. The letter was not luck. It was a result of patient, intelligent preparation finally finding its moment. She replied within days. Yes, they would come. She told Sophie. Sophie's response to the news that she was being considered as a potential wife for the heir to the Russian throne is recorded in her memoirs with a characteristic mixture of honesty and control. She writes that she was excited, that she understood the significance of what was being proposed, and that she made a decision at that moment that she describes in terms so precise they read less like memory than like policy. She decided to do whatever was necessary, not to survive, though survival was certainly part of it, not simply to please the Empress, though pleasing the Empress was going to be essential, but to genuinely become whatever Russia required her to become, not to perform a Russian identity over the top of her German one, but to actually transform, to learn the language not well enough to pass, but well enough to think in it, to convert to orthodoxy not as a political gesture, but as a genuine spiritual commitment, to love Russia not because it was required of her, but because she would make herself love it, because she had understood, with the cold clarity her mother had given her, that a woman who was performing her country would always be vulnerable to the accusation of performance, and that the only protection against that accusation was to make it untrue. She was 14 years old when she made this decision. She kept it for the rest of her life. The preparations were rapid and necessarily secret. Frederick the Great, who was orchestrating the match from his end, was explicit that the journey should not be made openly. Too much visibility would attract too much political attention, and there were courts in Europe who would have moved to block a Prussian-connected princess from gaining influence in Russia if they had understood in time what was happening. The party was to travel quietly, under an assumed name, with as little fanfare as possible. Johanna became the Countess of Rheinbeck for the purposes of the journey. Sophie became her daughter, unnamed in the official correspondence, a young woman traveling with her mother on a visit to relatives. They left Stettin in January 1744. The journey east in winter. Picture it, not the romantic version, not the carriage sweeping through snowy landscapes toward a glittering destiny, but the actual thing. The roads in winter were not roads in any modern sense. They were tracks across frozen ground, rutted and treacherous, the carriage lurching and sliding, the cold finding its way through every gap in the doors and windows, with the same patient thoroughness as the cold in the house they had left behind, except colder, a different order of cold entirely. They travelled through Prussia, through Poland, into the Baltic territories, always moving east, always moving into a cold that deepened with every day's journey. The light changed, the landscapes changed. The familiar, ordered fields of Pomerania giving way to the flatter, wilder, more enormous landscapes of the east, where the sky was bigger than Sophie had ever seen a sky, and the distances between settlements were long enough to make you feel the specific smallness of a single human life against the scale of the world. Sophie watched everything. She always watched everything. She was learning already, learning the scale of the country she was traveling toward, learning the quality of its light and its cold and its distances, calibrating herself to a world that was larger and stranger and more demanding than anything she had previously encountered, and finding somewhere in that process of calibration, not fear, but something closer to exhilaration. This was the size of thing she had been waiting for. They crossed into Russia in February 1744. The change was immediate and physical, not just the landscape, though the landscape changed too, becoming wilder and more enormous and more completely indifferent to human presence than anything Sophie had seen before. But the atmosphere, the specific quality of a country that was not Prussia, not Germany, not anything that shared a cultural grammar with the world she had grown up in. The Orthodox churches with their onion domes, the peasants in their sheepskin coats, the specific smell of Russian winter, pine smoke and frozen earth, and something else, something harder to name, the smell of a country of vast interior distances where the cold came not from the sea but from the center of a continent and had been traveling for thousands of miles before it arrived. Johanna was overwhelmed. She had wanted this, worked for it, and now that it was real, she found it larger than she had imagined, more foreign, more demanding than she had prepared herself for. Sophie was not overwhelmed. Sophie was paying attention. She was already on the road into Russia, doing the things she had decided to do, not observing the country from a careful distance, but absorbing it, letting it in, beginning the long process of making it hers. She noted the names of things in Russian. She asked questions of the servants who accompanied them. She stayed awake at night in the posting stations where they rested, listening to the sounds of a country she could not yet understand, and filing away everything she heard for a future in which she would understand it completely. She had promised herself that future. She intended to keep the promise. They arrived in St. Petersburg in February 1744. The city rose from the ice like a hallucination. Vast, European, impossible. Its palaces stretching along the frozen Neva in colors that had no business existing in a Russian winter, pale greens and yellows and whites that caught the flat northern light and threw it back with a brightness that seemed almost aggressive against the grey of the sky and the white of the ice. Peter the Great had built this city 30 years before, had simply decided that Russia needed a European capital, and built one on a swamp at the cost of tens of thousands of lives, because he was Peter the Great and the cost of things was not a consideration that he permitted to obstruct his intentions. It was the most extraordinary city Sophie had ever seen. It was the most extraordinary city most people had ever seen. She stepped out of the carriage into the February cold, into the specific, bright, frozen air of a St. Petersburg winter morning, and looked at the Winter Palace rising before her. That great green and white and gold facade stretching along the embankment with the casual confidence of a building that has never doubted its own magnificence. She was 14 years old. She had arriving in Russia. The Winter Palace was not yet the building the world knows. The version that stands today. That extraordinary Baroque edifice of pale green and white and gold, 1,500 rooms spread across 60,000 square meters. Its facade stretching along the Neva embankment with the serene self-assurance of something that has always existed and always will, was built by Empress Elizabeth between 1754 and 1762, after Sophie's arrival. What Sophie walked into in February 1744 was an earlier version, less grand, less finished, but already operating at a scale that made the house in Stettin feel like something from a different order of reality entirely. The scale was the first thing. Not just the palace, everything. The rooms were larger than rooms had any right to be. The corridors were longer. The ceilings were higher. The distances between one part of the court and another were distances that required thought, that required knowing where you were going and allowing time to get there. The number of people, servants, courtiers, officials, guards, ladies in waiting, chaplains, musicians, physicians, translators, was so large that it constituted its own small city, with its own hierarchies and its own geography and its own weather system of favor and disfavor that was as real and as dangerous as any meteorological phenomenon. Sophie walked into all of this and did not show, by any outward sign, that she found it anything other than entirely manageable. This was the first performance. There would be many more. Empress Elizabeth received them within days of their arrival. The meeting is described in Sophie's memoirs with a precision that suggests she understood, even at 14, that this was one of the most important moments of her life, and that she was going to remember it correctly. Elizabeth was 34 years old. She was tall, unusually tall for a woman of the period, which gave her a physical presence that her court had learned to organize itself around. She was beautiful in the full-blooded, vigorous way of someone who had spent her youth hunting and dancing and conducting love affairs with the cheerful appetite of a person who saw no reason why pleasure and power should be incompatible. She dressed with an extravagance that was itself a political statement. She owned, at her death, 15,000 dresses, which is not vanity on a human scale, but vanity as architecture. Vanity as the expression of an empire's wealth made personal and visible and impossible to ignore. She looked at Sophie with the assessing gaze of a woman who had been managing courts and courtiers since her 20s and who could read a person's social and political utility in approximately the time it took to exchange a greeting. Sophie looked back. This was, in retrospect, the right thing to do. Elizabeth respected people who were not afraid of her. She had very little patience for the performed timidity that lesser courtiers offered as a substitute for genuine deference, and she had a gift for distinguishing between the two. Sophie was not timid. She was composed, which is a different thing entirely, and considerably more impressive. Elizabeth was pleased. Peter was less impressive. Karl Ulrich of Holstein-Gottorp, the Grand Duke, the heir to the Russian throne, the young man Sophie had been brought across half of Europe to marry, was 15 years old and looked younger. He was slight and pale and prone to an anxious, slightly feverish excitement that expressed itself in rapid speech and sudden enthusiasms, and an equally sudden loss of interest that left whatever he had been enthusiastic about abandoned mid-sentence. He was not stupid. He was not malicious. He was simply, and this is the word that appears in almost every account of him, from his contemporaries through to the historians who have tried hardest to be fair to him, inadequate. Inadequate to the position he occupied, inadequate to the empire he was going to inherit, inadequate, most fatally, to the woman he was going to marry. He liked toy soldiers. He arranged them on tables in his apartments and conducted elaborate mock battles, sometimes for hours, with a focused attention he brought to very little else. He liked Holstein, his original small German duchy, which he referred to with a homesickness that became, as he aged, increasingly indistinguishable from obsession. He liked alcohol. He was becoming, even at 15, a person whose relationship with alcohol was going to be one of the defining facts of his life. He told Sophie, at their first meeting, that he had been in love with another girl and had hoped to marry her, but that his aunt had decided otherwise. Sophie filed this information away. She had more urgent things to attend to. The language. The language was the most pressing problem, and the one she had known from the beginning would be the measure of how seriously she was taking all of this. A princess who learned Russian adequately, who managed well enough to conduct the necessary conversations, was a German woman in a Russian court. A princess who learned Russian completely, who thought in it and dreamed in it and made it her own, was something else, was Russian, or as close to Russian as a person of her origin could become, which was close enough to matter enormously. She hired a tutor, Ivan Betskoy, a scholar, later one of the significant educational reformers of her reign. She began immediately. She studied 6, 8, 10 hours a day, which in the February cold of a Russian winter meant sitting at a desk in an inadequately heated room with a candle and a grammar, and the specific stubborn focus of someone who has decided that difficulty is not a reason to stop. She got up at night to practice. She walked through the palace corridors in the early morning hours, repeating vocabulary under her breath, testing herself on the words she had learned the day before, filling in the gaps with new words, building the language from the inside out the way you build a structure, one element at a time, each one dependent on the ones before it, the whole thing only as strong as the foundation. She fell ill, pneumonia, the cold and the long hours, and the insufficient sleep catching up with her, in the way that the body eventually presents its accounting, regardless of the will's intentions. She was seriously ill for several weeks, ill enough that her recovery was uncertain, ill enough that Johanna, in a panic, sent for a Lutheran pastor to pray with her daughter. Sophie refused the pastor. She asked for her Orthodox tutor instead. This detail, a sick girl, possibly dying, choosing the religion of her adopted country over the religion of her birth, circulated through the Russian court immediately. Elizabeth heard it. The court heard it. Everyone understood what it meant. It was not calculated. Sophie was genuinely ill, genuinely frightened, and the choice she made was instinctive rather than strategic. But the effect was the same as if it had been calculated, because Sophie had already understood at a level deeper than conscious strategy that there was no meaningful distinction between who she was and who she needed to be. She had decided to become Russian. The decision, once made, ran all the way down. She recovered. Elizabeth visited her sickbed personally, which was a significant honor and a clear signal of favor. Johanna, who had been managing the court visit with the focused energy of a woman executing a long-prepared plan, found herself increasingly peripheral. Her daughter was the one Elizabeth wanted to talk to. Her daughter was the one the court was watching. Her daughter had, without apparently trying, become the center of the story that Johanna had spent years engineering. This dynamic, Sophie exceeding the frame her mother had built for her, Johanna oscillating between pride and resentment at being outgrown, would define their relationship for the rest of Johanna's life. The conversion happened in June 1744. Sophie stood before the assembled Russian court and recited the Orthodox Catechism in Russian from memory, without an accent that anyone present was willing to describe as foreign. The court historian recorded that she spoke as though she had been raised in the faith. Elizabeth wept. The assembled nobles, those watchful, skeptical, endlessly calculating men and women who had seen a dozen foreign consorts come through this court and knew exactly how to read the difference between performance and conviction, were silent in the way of people who have just seen something they did not entirely expect. She was given a new name, Yekaterina Alexeyevna, Catherine. The betrothal followed the next day. She stood beside Peter in the formal ceremony of the Russian court, the candles, the incense, the deep resonant sound of the Orthodox liturgy filling the great hall with a music that was unlike anything she had grown up with. More ancient, more physical, felt in the chest rather than simply heard. And she was formally promised to him, and he to her. And the thing that had begun with a letter in November was now, in the specific language of the 18th century, real. Peter squeezed her hand during the ceremony and whispered that he was glad it was her and not someone worse. Catherine accepted this with a composure that cost her something. She was 15 years old. She was engaged to a man she did not love, in a country she was learning to love, at a court that was watching her with the patient attention of people who understood that she was either going to be very useful or very dangerous, and had not yet determined which. She had not yet determined which herself, but she was working on it. Becoming Catherine. There is a particular kind of work that has no visible product, not the work of building or writing or governing, work whose results accumulate in stone or words or policy, work that leaves evidence of itself in the world. The other kind, the work of becoming, the long, invisible, internally exhausting labor of making yourself into something you were not born as, of filling in the gaps between who you are and who you need to be. One lesson and one conversation and one carefully managed impression at a time. This was Catherine's work for the next 18 years. From the betrothal in June 1744 to the coup in June 1762. 18 years in which she was technically the Grand Duchess, the heir's wife, the future Empress, and actually something considerably more precarious than any of those titles suggested. Watched, suspected, humiliated on a regular basis by a husband who was indifferent to her and a court that was waiting to see whether she would survive. Dependent for her position on the goodwill of an empress who could change her mind at any moment, and on the loyalty of allies she was carefully, invisibly cultivating in the spaces between the official life of the court. She did not waste a single day of it. The marriage took place on the 21st of August, 1745. Catherine was 16. Peter was 17. The ceremony lasted most of a day. The Orthodox liturgy, the formal processions, the banquets, the balls, the specific theatrical extravagance of an imperial wedding conducted at Elizabeth's court, where excess was not a departure from the normal, but the normal itself, where the candles numbered in the thousands and the guests numbered in the hundreds, and the food and wine and music continued until the participants were past the point of appreciating any of it. The wedding night was, by Catherine's own account, a disaster. Peter did not come to the bedroom. He spent the evening with his Holstein courtiers, drinking, and when he finally appeared, he talked about his toy soldiers and fell asleep. Catherine lay in the dark in a strange room in a strange country, next to a stranger who had just become her husband, and stared at the ceiling and thought about what came next. What came next, she decided, was continuing, just that. Simply continuing. Getting up in the morning, doing what was required, learning what needed to be learned, cultivating what needed to be cultivated, surviving the day and then the next day and then the day after that, with the specific, patient determination of someone who understands that the situation is temporary even when the temporary feels permanent. She was 16 years old. She had a great deal of time. The court she inhabited was one of the most sophisticated and one of the most dangerous in Europe. Elizabeth's court operated on a principle of total visibility. Everything was watched. Everything was reported. Everything was interpreted. A facial expression at the wrong moment could constitute a political statement. A conversation with the wrong person could constitute a conspiracy. The Empress herself was unpredictable in the way of rulers who are genuinely powerful, capable of great warmth and great cruelty in rapid succession, susceptible to the influence of favorites who were themselves susceptible to the influence of rivals, making decisions that seemed arbitrary from the outside and were sometimes arbitrary from the inside. Catherine navigated this with a care that was itself a kind of genius. She made friends carefully, not collecting allies in the obvious way, not visibly building a faction, but cultivating genuine relationships with people whose judgment and loyalty she respected. One conversation at a time over years. She was charming in the way of someone who is genuinely interested in people, asking questions and listening to the answers, remembering what she had been told, returning to it in later conversations in a way that made people feel that they had been attended to rather than simply processed. She made enemies carefully too, or rather, she avoided making enemies where avoidance was possible, and absorbed the enmity of those she could not avoid, with an outward equanimity that gave them nothing to work with. The people who disliked her found repeatedly that their dislike could find no purchase, that Catherine simply continued, absorbing the slights and the humiliations and the small cruelties of court life with a composure that was not indifference, but its opposite, a total awareness of everything that was happening combined with a total refusal to react in ways that could be used against her. Peter was the central problem, not because she hated him, though she came, over the years, to something approaching contempt. She was too honest and too clear-eyed to mistake contempt for hatred, and she retained throughout their marriage a complicated sympathy for a man who had been put in an impossible position as a child and had never been given the resources to grow into it. But because his behavior was a constant source of danger for her, his erratic politics, his open admiration for Frederick the Great of Prussia, at a moment when Russia was at war with Prussia, his Holstein obsessions, his drinking, his publicly expressed preference for his mistresses over his wife, all of these created a political environment around Catherine that she had not chosen and could not entirely control. She managed it. She managed it by being so completely the opposite of Peter in every public way that the contrast became over time its own political argument. He was unprepared. She was studied. He was indifferent to Russia. She was devoted to it. He was erratic. She was consistent. He was drunk at functions where sobriety was required. She was present, attentive, impeccably behaved, speaking Russian, engaging with the Orthodox faith, doing everything that a future empress should do with a thoroughness that everyone at court could see, and that Elizabeth, watching from her position of absolute power, could not entirely ignore. Catherine was preparing herself for something Peter was not preparing himself for. Everyone could see this. Everyone was waiting to see what happened when the preparation met its moment. She read, This is the thread that runs through all 18 years of the waiting, through the loneliness and the humiliation and the political danger and the specific daily tedium of a court life that required total attention and offered very little that was genuinely interesting in return. She read with the focused, systematic appetite of someone who is building a mind rather than simply furnishing it. Voltaire first, his wit, his skepticism, his ability to make devastating political arguments in the form of entertainments. She wrote to him, eventually, and he wrote back, and the correspondence became one of the great intellectual friendships of the 18th century, conducted across thousands of miles between a French philosopher and a German princess pretending to be Russian, each of them performing a version of themselves for the other, and finding in the performance something genuine. Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, the foundational text of Enlightenment political philosophy, the book that argued that laws should be appropriate to the people they governed, that tyranny was not merely immoral but inefficient, that the best government was one that operated through consent rather than fear. Catherine read it so many times that she could reproduce large sections from memory. She would later say that it had been her Bible, the document she wrote based on it, the Narcas, her instruction to the Legislative Commission of 1767, would draw on it so extensively that Montesquieu's friends noted the resemblance. The French Encyclopédie, that extraordinary collaborative project of Diderot and D'Alembert, the attempt to collect and systematize all human knowledge, the book that the French government tried to suppress and that Catherine eventually offered to have published in Russia when France made it too dangerous to publish at home. She read it as it appeared, volume by volume, with the specific pleasure of a reader who is encountering ideas that confirm and extend what she already suspects about the world. She was building, in those 18 years of waiting, the intellectual foundations of a reign she had not yet begun. She did not know exactly when she would begin it, or precisely how, but she knew it was coming. She had known it for years, had known, with the cold clarity her mother had given her and the strategic intelligence she had developed herself, that Peter was not going to be emperor for long, and that the question of what came after him was the question that everything else depended on. She also loved, or tried to love, or found, in the specific loneliness of those years, people who offered something that the official life of the court could not. Sergei Saltykov was the first, a Russian nobleman, handsome in the conventional way, charming in the superficial way, selected, it was said, though Catherine neither confirmed nor denied it, by Elizabeth's advisers as a solution to the problem of the succession, given Peter's apparent incapacity to provide an heir. whether the relationship was engineered from above or arose naturally from Catherine's loneliness, it produced a son. Paul, born in 1754, was taken from Catherine immediately by Elizabeth, who claimed him as her own project, her own heir to shape, removing him from his mother's influence with the brisk efficiency of an empress who understood that political succession was too important to be left to parental feeling. Catherine was not permitted to grieve this publicly. She grieved it privately, thoroughly, and then continued. Stanisław Poniatowski was the second, a Polish nobleman of genuine intelligence and genuine feeling, whose affection for Catherine was real, in a way that Saltykov's had not entirely been. He loved her. She was fond of him, more than fond, in the way of a person who has been starved of genuine intellectual companionship and finds it unexpectedly in a love affair. He would later become, at Catherine's instigation, the King of Poland, and later still, at Catherine's instigation, watch his kingdom partitioned out of existence. The arc of their relationship is one of the more uncomfortable threads in her story. Grigory Orlov came third, and with him, everything changed. Orlov was not an intellectual. Peter, the wrong man. There is a version of Peter III that history has not been entirely fair to. Not the version that deserves rehabilitation. He was genuinely, comprehensively unsuited to the position he occupied, and the consequences of his unsuitability were real and serious and ultimately fatal. But the version that exists beneath the caricature, the man rather than the symbol, the person rather than the cautionary tale, deserves at least a moment of attention before the story moves past him. Because understanding what Peter actually was illuminates something essential about what Catherine became. He was, at his core, a frightened man who had never been given the resources to stop being frightened. He was born in 1728 in Kiel, in the Duchy of Holstein-Gottorp, a small, cold Lutheran duchy on the Baltic coast, the kind of place that produces in its inhabitants a specific relationship with smallness, an attachment to the familiar and the manageable that can look, from outside, like provincialism, but is really something more like the reasonable preference of someone who has learned that the world beyond the familiar tends to be dangerous. His mother died when he was 3 months old. His father died when he was 11. He was orphaned into the care of a Holstein court that understood his value as a dynastic asset and very little else about him. And he was raised with the specific combination of ceremonial importance and personal neglect that produces, reliably, a child who knows he is significant and has no idea what to do with the significance. He was brought to Russia at the age of 13, at Elizabeth's command, to be groomed as her heir. Russia was everything Holstein was not. Enormous where Holstein was small. Orthodox where Holstein was Lutheran. Russian where Holstein was German. Peter arrived speaking no Russian, knowing nothing of orthodoxy, carrying nothing except a childhood of Holstein memories and a personality already formed around Holstein assumptions, and he was expected, required, to become Russian in the same way Sophie was expected and required to become Russian. He could not do it. This is not a moral failure. It is a failure of capacity. The specific failure of a person who does not have the psychological flexibility that total transformation requires. Sophie had that flexibility. She had been building it since childhood, in the books and the watchfulness, and the cold, clear assessment of what the situation required. Peter had not built it and could not build it on demand, and the gap between what was required of him and what he was capable of producing simply widened, year by year, into something that could not be crossed. He kept speaking German when Russian was required. He kept attending Lutheran services when orthodoxy was required. He kept talking about Holstein, always Holstein, the small, cold duchy that was the only place he had ever felt entirely himself, in a court that found his Holstein obsession baffling at best and treasonous at worst. He played with toy soldiers. This detail is always mentioned as evidence of his childishness, and it is evidence of his childishness. But it is also evidence of something else, of a man who had found, in the miniature and manageable world of model armies on a tabletop, a version of control that the actual world consistently denied him. In his toy soldiers, he was the commander. In his toy soldiers, the outcome was within his power to determine. In his toy soldiers, Holstein was as significant as Russia, and the battles came out the way he arranged them. The actual world was considerably less cooperative. His relationship with Catherine was, from the beginning, a study in mutual incomprehension. He did not dislike her. In the early years, at least, there is evidence of something resembling genuine, if shallow, affection. He told her things, confided in her with the unreflective openness of someone who has not learned to distinguish between a confidant and a political rival. He told her about his infatuation with other women. He told her about his Holstein plans. He told her, with what seems to have been genuine unawareness of how she might receive the information, that he had hoped to marry someone else. Catherine listened to all of it. She stored all of it. She used none of it against him, not because she was incapable of using it, but because she understood that the most dangerous thing she could do in those early years was to appear dangerous. He did not understand her. He could not read her. which was itself a kind of tribute to how well she managed her outward presentation. A man of greater perception would have understood what Catherine was doing in those years of quiet preparation, and Peter's failure to see. It was partly his limitation and partly her skill. He saw a wife who was dutiful and competent and slightly cold, who read too many books and spent too much time talking to the wrong kind of people. He did not see the architecture being constructed around him. Later, as he became emperor and his behavior became more erratic and more dangerous, the relationship deteriorated into something colder. He kept his mistress, Elizabeth Vorontsova, a woman whose appeal to Peter seems to have consisted largely in being the opposite of Catherine in every measurable way, openly, publicly, in a manner designed to humiliate. He referred to Catherine in company as the Madame. Not her name, not her title, but a dismissal, a reduction, a public statement of her irrelevance that the court was required to witness and Catherine was required to absorb without visible reaction. She absorbed it without visible reaction. She was, by this point, 6 months from the end of his reign. The visible reaction could wait. His 6 months as emperor are one of the more remarkable performances of self-destruction in the history of European monarchy. He made peace with Prussia within weeks, ending unilaterally a 7-year war that had cost Russia enormous blood and treasure, returning all conquered territories and expressing his admiration for Frederick the Great with an enthusiasm that his court found almost physically painful to witness. He reorganized the army along Prussian lines, because Prussian military organization was what he admired. He announced the abolition of the secret police, a genuinely liberal reform, and one that might, in other circumstances, have been the foundation of a more enlightened reign. He announced religious toleration, another genuinely liberal measure, drawing on some of the same Enlightenment principles that Catherine herself believed in. None of it mattered, not because the reforms were wrong, some of them were right, but because Peter had no political intelligence whatsoever, no understanding of the relationship between policy and the people whose support was required to implement it. He announced the religious toleration and simultaneously insulted the Orthodox clergy who were its primary constituency. He abolished the secret police and simultaneously created new reasons for his court to fear him. He reorganized the army along Prussian lines and insulted, in the process, every senior Russian officer whose identity was bound up in the Russian military tradition. He was dismissing. He was making enemies faster than he could count them. Catherine was counting them for him. She was also, by this point, pregnant. Grigory Orlov's child, a complication that required management at a moment when management was already stretched to its limits. The pregnancy was concealed as long as possible. When concealment was no longer possible, a distraction was arranged, a fire set deliberately that drew Peter away from the palace long enough for the birth to take place. The child was a boy named Alexei, smuggled out of the palace in the overcoat of a loyal servant, placed with a family who would raise him in obscurity. Catherine recovered from the birth and returned to the management of the situation as though the birth had not occurred. This is the detail that captures something essential about her. Not the concealment. The concealment was necessary, and she managed it with characteristic efficiency. But the return, the capacity to give birth to a child in secret, arrange for his removal, and return within days to the full focused attention that the political situation required. This is not ordinary resilience. This is a quality of compartmentalization so complete that it functions almost as a superpower. The ability to hold the unbearable in one part of the mind while the other parts continue their necessary work. She had been practicing this capacity for 18 years. She was ready. The catalyst, when it came, was almost mundane. Rumors circulated, reliably sourced as it turned out, that Peter intended to divorce Catherine and marry Elizabeth Vorontsova. To have Catherine arrested, to legitimize his illegitimate children and bypass Paul entirely in the succession. Whether he would actually have done any of this is unknowable, because he did not have time. But the rumors were credible enough, and the people who heard them frightened enough, and Catherine's network of allies sufficiently prepared, that the rumors functioned as the starting gun. The Orlov brothers moved first. Grigory came to Catherine in the early morning hours of the 28th of June, 1762, at the palace of Peterhof, and told her it was time. She dressed. She got into the carriage. She went to the Guards' regiments, because the Guards' regiments were where the power was, and she understood this with complete clarity. Not the nominal power of the throne, not the inherited power of the title, but the actual physical power of men with weapons who were prepared to use them for whoever they believed deserved their loyalty. She stood before them in the early morning light, in a borrowed guard's uniform. This detail always matters, always will matter. The woman in the uniform, the deliberate identification with the military that was both costume and statement. And she asked for their support. They gave it, all of it, immediately, without hesitation, which tells you more clearly than any description of the preceding 18 years could tell you what those 18 years had built. Peter was at Oranienbaum when the news reached him. He panicked. He negotiated. He asked Elizabeth of Holstein to intercede. He wrote to Catherine. He offered concessions. He offered to share power. He offered, finally, simply to be left alone, to go back to Holstein, to give up the throne, to disappear from the story entirely if she would only let him. Catherine's response was correct and cold, and entirely what the situation required. He abdicated on the 29th of June 1762. 8 days later, he was dead, officially of hemorrhoidal colic, in the manor house at Ropsha, where he had been confined under the guard of Alexei Orlov. The death was almost certainly not natural. Whether it was murder on Catherine's orders, murder without her orders, or something that got out of hand, the historical record does not definitively establish. What it establishes is that Peter died and Catherine did not order an investigation, and the matter was closed. She was not without feeling about this. She wrote, privately, that his death had thrown her into great consternation, that she had not intended it, that it complicated everything, that the manner of it was not what she would have chosen. She was also, by the time she wrote this, Empress of all Russia. She had work to do. Peter III was buried without ceremony, in keeping with the official line that he had been an emperor of no consequence, a temporary embarrassment that the empire had corrected and moved past. The death was almost certainly not natural. Whether it was murder on Catherine's orders, murder without her orders, or something that got out of hand, the historical record does not definitively establish. What it establishes is that Peter died, and Catherine did not order an investigation, and the matter was closed. She was not without feeling about this. She wrote privately that his death had thrown her into great consternation, that she had not intended it, that it complicated everything, that the manner of it was not what she would have chosen. She was also, by the time she wrote this, Empress of all Russia. She had work to do. Peter III was buried without ceremony, in keeping with the official line that he had been an emperor of no consequence, a temporary embarrassment that the empire had corrected and moved past. The education of an empress. There is a paradox at the heart of Catherine's preparation for power. She spent 18 years educating herself for a role she was not supposed to have. The Grand Duchess was not the emperor. The consort was not the sovereign. The woman beside the throne was, in the official language of the Russian court and the official assumptions of the 18th century, a decorative and reproductive function, present, visible, politically irrelevant, except insofar as she produced heirs and avoided scandal. Catherine used those 18 years to become the most politically educated person in Russia. Not the most powerful, not yet, but the most prepared. the most read, the most connected, the most fluent in the languages of governance and philosophy and military command that the moment would require. She was building, in secret, in the margins of a life that was officially about something else entirely. The intellectual and political infrastructure of a reign that did not yet exist. When the reign arrived, she was ready. The reading came first, and the reading never stopped. She had begun in Stettin, the history books, the French philosophers, the military texts borrowed from her father's study. In Russia, the scope expanded enormously because Russia gave her access to resources that Stettin could not have imagined. Elizabeth's court was not an intellectual court. Elizabeth herself preferred dancing to disputation and theatre to philosophy, but it maintained, as all great courts did, the apparatus of learning. Libraries, tutors, visiting scholars, the flow of books and ideas that wealth and power attract as naturally as rivers attract water. Catherine moved through this apparatus with systematic hunger. Voltaire she had read in Stettin. In Russia she read him again, more carefully, with the specific attention of someone who is reading not for pleasure, but for instruction, extracting from his wit and his skepticism not just entertainment, but method, the method of a mind that refuses to accept received wisdom without examination, that applies the same rigorous scrutiny to political arrangements that scientists were beginning to apply to the natural world. She wrote to him in 1763, the year after she became Empress. He was 69 years old, the most famous writer in Europe, and he wrote back. The correspondence lasted until his death in 1778. 15 years of letters between a French philosopher and a Russian empress, each performing for the other, each genuinely stimulated by the other, the whole exchange a kind of mutual education that benefited both parties more than either fully acknowledged. Voltaire called her the North Star. He praised her in terms that embarrassed even her, occasionally. She wrote to him once that his flattery was going to make her vain, and that vanity in an empress was a political liability she could not afford. He ignored this and continued to flatter her. She continued to read his letters with the pleasure of someone who knows she is being flattered and finds, despite knowing, that the flattery still works. Montesquieu was the more important intellectual relationship, though it was conducted entirely through the text rather than through correspondence. Montesquieu died in 1755, before Catherine had the power to write to him as an equal. The Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748, the foundational text of Enlightenment political philosophy, was the book that shaped Catherine's thinking about governance more completely than any other. Its central argument was deceptively simple, that laws should be appropriate to the people they governed, that the best government was one suited to the particular history and geography and culture of its subjects, that there was no universal template for just rule, but only the patient, empirical work of understanding what a specific people in a specific place at a specific time actually needed. For Catherine, this was both liberating and useful. Liberating because it freed her from the obligation to implement any single political model. She did not have to be a French absolutist or an English constitutionalist, or anything else that had been invented somewhere else for someone else's purposes. She could be Russian, which meant she could be whatever Russia required. Useful because it provided a philosophical framework for the kind of pragmatic, adaptive, power-conscious governance that she was going to need. A framework that allowed her to claim Enlightenment credentials while making the political compromises that Enlightenment principles, strictly applied, would not have permitted. She read the spirit of the laws until she could reproduce it from memory. She annotated it, she argued with it in the margins. She drew from it 18 years later the principles of the Nakaz, her instruction to the Legislative Commission, the document she wrote as Empress to guide the reform of Russian law, the most sustained piece of political philosophy any Russian ruler had produced, the document that Montesquieu's friends recognized immediately as heavily indebted to their dead colleague. Catherine acknowledged the debt openly. She said she had plundered Montesquieu. What she meant was that she had made him useful. Diderot she encountered through the Encyclopédie, that extraordinary, dangerous government-suppressed collaborative project that sought to collect and systematize all human knowledge and managed in doing so to constitute an implicit argument that existing political and religious arrangements were contingent rather than necessary, subject to rational examination rather than immune from it. The French government's attempts to suppress the Encyclopédie gave Catherine an opportunity she was alert enough to seize. She offered to have it published in Russia. The offer was partly genuine. She believed in the project, believed in the value of knowledge organized and accessible, and partly the specific pleasure of a ruler who enjoyed demonstrating that Russia was more enlightened than France, which was the country that considered itself the arbiter of European civilization. Diderot came to St. Petersburg in 1773 at Catherine's invitation and stayed for 5 months. The visit was one of the more extraordinary encounters of the 18th century. A French philosopher of radical democratic sympathies, accustomed to conducting his intellectual life in cafes and salons among equals, finding himself the guest of an absolute monarch who could have him imprisoned or expelled at any moment, and who instead sat with him for hours every day arguing. He argued with her about serfdom. He argued with her about the pace of reform. He argued with her about the relationship between Enlightenment principles and the practical realities of governing an empire of 30 million people. He presented his arguments with the fearless directness of a man who had spent his career arguing with the powerful and knew no other mode. Catherine listened. She pushed back. She pointed out, with a patience that she did not always feel, that a philosopher working with paper could make any mark he wished, but an empress working with actual human beings had to account for the resistance of the material. He left convinced she was a great ruler with an imperfect philosophy. She concluded he was a great philosopher with an imperfect understanding of politics. Both assessments were correct, but the reading was only part of the education. The other part, the part that the books could not provide, was the 18 years of watching how power actually worked, from inside the machine at close range, with the specific attention of someone who is not yet powerful and therefore has no choice but to understand the power of others. She watched Elizabeth. Elizabeth was, whatever her limitations, a genuinely capable ruler, capable of the specific kind of political intelligence that consists not of abstract reasoning, but of reading people, of understanding what they wanted and what they feared and how to use both. She had survived the dangerous years before her accession, when she had been a potential threat to successive rulers and had managed that danger by being strategically invisible, charming, unthreatening, always somewhere other than the center of events, until the moment arrived when the center of events needed her. Catherine had read this history before she arrived in Russia. She recognized the strategy when she saw it practiced in front of her. She applied it to her own situation with the specific refinement of a student who has improved on the teacher's method. She watched the favorites, the men who held Elizabeth's attention, and through that attention held enormous power, and who lost both, sometimes overnight, when the attention moved elsewhere. She watched how they rose and how they fell, and she drew from the watching a lesson about the relationship between personal loyalty and political utility that she would apply to her own favorites for the rest of her reign. She watched the military. This was perhaps the most important watching of all. The Guards regiments, the elite military unit stationed in St. Petersburg, the soldiers who had put Elizabeth on the throne and could put someone else on it if they chose, were the real power in the Russian political system. And Catherine understood this earlier and more completely than almost anyone else at court. She cultivated relationships with their officers carefully over years, not with the crude directness of someone building a conspiracy, but with the genuine interest of a person who found soldiers interesting and found military organization intellectually engaging, and found, not coincidentally, that soldiers responded well to an intelligent woman who took them seriously. Grigory Orlov did not appear from nowhere. He appeared from 18 years of Catherine, paying attention to the people who actually held the physical power in Russia and making sure they knew who she was and what she stood for. She also governed. Not officially, she had no official role in governance, no position that gave her access to the mechanisms of the state, but information reached her through her network of allies and correspondents, and she formed opinions about it, and those opinions were communicated carefully to the people who had the official positions, and those people took the opinions seriously because they had learned over years that Catherine's judgment was reliable. She was, in effect, running a shadow administration, an informal system of analysis and advice and influence that operated entirely outside the official structures of the court and left no formal record of itself, because leaving a formal record would have been fatal. You could not be the Grand Duchess running a shadow administration. You could be the Grand Duchess who happened to have interesting things to say at dinner, whose opinions were worth seeking, whose judgment could be trusted. It is the same operation at different levels of deniability. Catherine was very good at deniability. There was also the simple matter of being Russian. 18 years of speaking Russian, of attending Orthodox services, of learning the specific textures of Russian culture, its music, its literature, its seasonal rhythms, the way ordinary Russian people organize their relationship with the land and the weather and the church, gave Catherine something that no amount of reading could have provided. It gave her the right to belong, not accepted as Russian. She was never fully accepted as Russian. Not by everyone. Not throughout her reign. The accusation of foreignness was one that her enemies returned to repeatedly, and it never entirely lost its sting. But she could mount a genuine defense against it, because she had spent 18 years making the defense true. She was not performing Russian identity. She had built it from the ground up, the way you build a house, stone by stone, year by year, in the cold and the difficulty, because she had decided that the house needed to exist and that she was going to build it. This was the deepest lesson of the 18 years, and the one that underpinned everything else. Decide what needs to exist. Build it. Do not stop building because it is cold, or because you are tired, or because other people have decided that what you are building is not possible. It will take as long as it takes. It will be ready when it is ready, and when the moment comes, it will hold. The moment came on the 28th of June, 1762. It held. Empress Elizabeth and the question of survival. Elizabeth Petrovna ruled Russia for 20 years, and for 20 years Catherine's survival depended entirely on her, not on Catherine's intelligence, though that was essential, not on her preparation, though that was essential too, not on her alliances or her reading or the careful cultivation of the Guards' regiments or any of the things she was building in the margins of the official life of the court. All of those things were necessary, but none of them were sufficient, because all of them could be undone in a single afternoon if Elizabeth decided that Catherine had become a problem that needed solving. Elizabeth never decided this. Understanding why is one of the more interesting questions in Catherine's story. Interesting because the answer is not simple, not reducible to Catherine's skill or Elizabeth's weakness, but something more complicated and more human than either. Elizabeth was born in 1709, the daughter of Peter the Great and Catherine I, his second wife, a woman of obscure origin who had risen from Lithuanian peasant to Russian empress through a combination of genuine ability and the specific accident of having attracted the attention of the most powerful man in Russia at a moment when he was susceptible to attraction. Elizabeth inherited from her father the physical vitality, the appetite for life, the instinctive understanding of power as something to be seized rather than waited for. She inherited from her mother, or perhaps simply from the circumstances of her mother's rise, a pragmatic relationship with the distance between where you started and where you could end up, an unsentimental understanding that the world was arranged by the powerful for the benefit of the powerful, and that the most honest response to this was to become powerful. She had done this, not easily. The years before her accession, the years of her father's successors, of Menshikov and the Supreme Privy Council, and the brief reigns of Peter II and Anna Yoanovna, had been years of danger for Elizabeth. She was Peter the Great's illegitimate daughter, which made her a threat to whoever held the throne, and the people who held the throne were aware of this and managed it in the time-honored way of putting the threat under observation and waiting to see if it needed to be eliminated. Elizabeth survived this by being strategically charming. She attended the right functions, said the right things, conducted her love affairs with enough discretion to avoid scandal, and enough visibility to signal that she was not a conspirator, but simply a woman living her life. She made herself appear harmless while being, in reality, exactly as dangerous as her position implied, waiting with enormous patience for the moment when the Guards' regiments would come to her and offer her the throne. They came in 1741. She took it. Catherine recognized Elizabeth because Catherine was doing the same thing. Not the same thing exactly. Catherine's position was different. Her resources were different. Her path to power would take a different shape, but the fundamental operation was identical. The strategic visibility, the careful management of threat perception, the patience, the willingness to absorb humiliation without reaction, the long game, played with total commitment across years of waiting, while the person on the throne watched and the person off the throne endured. Elizabeth saw this in Catherine. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about their relationship. Elizabeth was not fooled by Catherine. She was not deceived by the performance of dutiful Grand Duchess, not taken in by the Russian language spoken without accent or the Orthodox services attended with apparent devotion. Elizabeth had performed the same operations herself. She knew what they looked like from the inside, and she recognized them. When she saw them from the outside, she chose not to act on what she recognized. Why? The answer arrived at slowly and incompletely through the fragmentary evidence of letters and court records and the memoirs of people who were watching both women, seems to be something like this. Elizabeth saw in Catherine something she respected, not liked. Their relationship was not warm, was never warm, was conducted always at the specific temperature of two very intelligent people who are managing each other, rather than simply being with each other, but respected the quality of attention that Catherine brought to everything, the preparation, the refusal to be broken by circumstances that would have broken a less resilient person, the specific kind of intelligence that Elizabeth valued most, not the theoretical intelligence of scholars, but the applied intelligence of someone who understands people and situations and how to move through them. She also, and this is more speculative, but supported by enough evidence to take seriously, found Catherine useful. Peter was going to be a problem. Elizabeth had known this from early in his tenure as heir, had watched his Holstein obsessions and his Prussian admiration and his inability to manage the basic social operations of a Russian court, and had understood that when he became emperor, the empire was going to need someone beside him who could do what he could not. Catherine was that person. Catherine was increasingly obviously the only person in the immediate succession who had the capacity to govern. Elizabeth did not want Russia to fail after her death. She had spent 20 years making it successful. The prospect of it being undone by her nephew's incompetence was one she found genuinely distressing, and Catherine was, uncomfortably, the best insurance against that outcome. So she watched. She threatened, occasionally. There were moments of crisis, moments when Catherine came closer to exile, or worse than the historical record makes entirely clear. But she did not act. She allowed the education to continue, the alliances to form, the preparation to deepen, because the alternative was a Russia governed by Peter alone. And that alternative was worse. The specific texture of their relationship was one of managed tension. They met regularly at the formal functions of the court, at the religious observances that structured the calendar of Imperial Russia, at the private audiences that Elizabeth granted selectively, and that Catherine attended with the focused attention of someone who understands that every conversation with the most powerful person in the country is also an examination. Elizabeth tested her, not formally, not with explicit challenges, but in the way of powerful people who have survived by reading others, with oblique questions, with sudden changes of subject, with the introduction of topics designed to provoke, and the careful observation of how the provocation was received. Catherine was not provoked, or rather, she was provoked, felt the provocation, recognized it for what it was, and produced the response that the situation required, rather than the response that her actual feelings would have generated. This is a skill that sounds simple and is extraordinarily difficult in practice, requiring a level of self-command that most people never develop because most people are never in circumstances that demand it so consistently and so completely. Catherine had been developing it since she was 15. The crises came periodically, and each one was survived by the narrowest of margins. The first serious crisis came in 1748, 4 years into the marriage, when Catherine was 19. A letter, written carelessly to a foreign correspondent, containing observations about the Russian court that Elizabeth considered indiscreet, was intercepted by the imperial secret police. Elizabeth was furious. Catherine was summoned. The interrogation was long and frightening, conducted by Elizabeth in person, in the specific register of an empress who is not certain whether she is dealing with naivety or conspiracy, and is going to find out. Catherine was naive on this occasion, or young enough that naivety and indiscretion were the same thing. She acknowledged the letter, explained it, provided the context that made it explicable without making it worse. Elizabeth was not entirely satisfied, but she chose, again, not to act. Catherine learned from this with the speed of someone whose survival depends on learning fast. She never wrote carelessly again. Every letter she wrote for the rest of her life was written with the awareness that it might be read by eyes other than the intended recipients, and composed accordingly, honest within limits, revealing within limits, always maintaining the specific discipline of a person who communicates in full awareness of the political weight of words. The second serious crisis came in 1756, when Catherine's correspondence with the Austrian and British ambassadors, both of whom she had been cultivating as part of her long-term political education, was discovered to have gone further than purely social exchange. She had been passing information, not secrets, not state intelligence, but assessments of Peter's fitness to rule, of the direction Russian policy was likely to take, of the political landscape of the court, enough to constitute, in the strict interpretation, a form of treason. Elizabeth summoned her. The meeting is described in Catherine's memoirs at some length because it was, by her own account, the closest she came to genuine catastrophe. Elizabeth was cold, not the theatrical cold of someone performing anger, but the real cold of someone who has made a preliminary decision and is looking for reasons to confirm or revise it. Catherine spoke for herself. She acknowledged the correspondence. She framed it as the understandable behavior of a woman who had no official role and no official channels through which to contribute to the governance of the country she had devoted her life to serving. She was not apologizing. She was explaining, reframing, constructing a narrative around the facts that made the facts mean something different from what they might otherwise mean. Elizabeth listened. She dismissed Catherine. She did not act. Catherine walked out of that meeting and continued. The relationship between the two women reached its most complicated point in the final years of Elizabeth's reign, when it became clear to both of them, to everyone, really, that Elizabeth was dying. She was drinking heavily. She was gaining weight. She was having episodes that looked, to those who saw them, like small strokes, moments of confusion, of temporary incapacity, of the body presenting its accounting in ways that could not be ignored or deferred. She was 60 years old, which in 18th century Russia was not old for a healthy person, but was old for a person who had spent 30 years consuming as much of everything as Elizabeth had consumed. Catherine watched this with the mixed feelings of someone who is simultaneously genuinely sorry and politically relieved. Sorry, because whatever the complications of their relationship, Elizabeth had been the fixed point of Catherine's adult life. The constant, the source of danger and protection simultaneously, the person whose death would change everything. There is something disorientating, even for a very composed person, about the disappearance of the thing your survival has been organized around. Catherine had spent 18 years managing her relationship with Elizabeth. Elizabeth dying meant that the management was over, which was also the preparation was over, which meant the moment was here, which was what she had been working toward, which was also terrifying in a way that she could not entirely suppress. Relieved because Peter was about to become emperor, and that was going to require everything she had. Elizabeth died on the 25th of December, 1761. It was Christmas Day, the Orthodox Christmas, the Russian Christmas, the feast that was the center of the Russian religious year. She died in the Winter Palace, surrounded by the court she had built and the favorites she had loved and the country she had governed for 20 years, with a combination of genuine ability and spectacular excess that had made Russia simultaneously more powerful and more indebted than it had ever been. Catherine attended the deathbed. She attended it with the composure that had become, by this point, so deeply habitual that it was less a performance than simply how she was. She had learned to inhabit composure the way other people inhabit their skin, completely, without remainder, without the seams showing. Inside the composure, something was ending and something was beginning, and both things were larger than she had words for. She had 6 months. She intended to use every hour of them. The coup. It began before dawn. The 28th of June 1762, a summer morning in St. Petersburg. The sky, already lightening in the north the way it does in those latitudes in June. The darkness, never quite complete. The night a deep blue, rather than a true black. The city half visible in the strange, luminous half-light of the Russian white night. Catherine was at Peterhof. Peterhof, the summer palace on the Gulf of Finland. Peter the Great's answer to Versailles, its cascading fountains and gilded statues spread across the terraced hillside above the sea, was where the court had retreated for the summer. Peter was at Oranienbaum, his own nearby estate, conducting the Holstein military exercises that had become the primary occupation of his reign. Catherine was at Peterhof, officially resting, actually waiting. She'd been waiting for weeks. The precise timing of the coup had been a matter of careful negotiation among the conspirators. The Orlov brothers, their allies in the Guards regiments, the handful of senior court figures whose support had been secured and whose nerve was holding. The original plan had been more gradual, more structured, allowing for a wider base of support to be assembled before the move was made. What forced the timing was the oldest enemy of careful planning, a leak. One of the conspirators had talked. Grigory Orlov came to Catherine in the early hours of the 28th with the news that the conspiracy had been compromised, that arrest was imminent, that the choice was now or never, and now was what they had. Catherine dressed. This detail, always noted, always significant, is worth dwelling on. She was woken in the night with news that her life was in immediate danger, that the plan she had been building for years was either happening now or not at all, that there was no time for the careful preparation she had always preferred, no room for the measured assessment of options that was her natural mode. She had minutes. She dressed. She got into the carriage. She went. The decision was not made in that moment. It had been made years before, in the cold rooms of the Stettin house and the marble corridors of the Winter Palace, in the 18 years of reading and watching and building and enduring. The moment was simply the moment the decision arrived at. She had been ready for it for a long time. The drive to St. Petersburg took several hours in the early morning light. Alexei Orlov, Grigory's brother, the largest and most physically formidable of the five, a man whose presence was itself an argument, rode with her. The city was quiet in the way of summer mornings, the streets not yet filled, the air carrying the specific cool clarity of a St. Petersburg dawn before the day has found its temperature. They went first to the Izmailovsky regiment. The Guards regiments were the hinge on which everything turned. Not because they were the largest military force in Russia, they were not, but because they were the force in St. Petersburg, the force that controlled the physical space of the capital, the force whose declaration of loyalty determined, in the immediate and practical sense, who was in charge of the country. Elizabeth had come to power on the back of the Guards regiments. Multiple rulers before and after her had risen or fallen with their support or its withdrawal. Catherine had been cultivating them for years. The Izmailovsky regiment received her in the early morning, their officers assembling in the courtyard, still pulling on their uniforms, the night's sleep not entirely gone from their faces. She stepped out of the carriage and stood before them, not on a platform, not elevated, simply present, in the pale morning light, looking at them with the direct, unhesitating gaze of someone who is not asking for permission. She asked for their loyalty. They gave it immediately. The regiment's drums began to beat. The men formed up. The priest who was present, because there was always a priest present, for the significant moments of Russian life, administered an oath. The men swore. The Semenovsky regiment came next, then the Preobrazhensky, then the Horse Guards, each regiment the same, the arrival, the assembly, the oath, the drums, the city waking around the procession, people appearing in doorways and windows, the news traveling faster than horses through the streets in the specific way that significant news travels, carried on the instinct of people who can feel the weight of history moving. By mid-morning, Catherine had the military support of every significant Guards regiment in St. Petersburg. She went to the Kazan Cathedral. The cathedral, not the current building, which was built later in the century, but its predecessor on the same site, was the appropriate place for what needed to happen next, because what needed to happen next was not military, but religious. Russia was governed in the deepest sense by the Orthodox faith, and the Orthodox faith needed to bless what was happening in order for it to mean what it needed to mean. The Archbishop of Novgorod, the senior Orthodox cleric in the capital, presided. Catherine was proclaimed Empress and autocrat of all Russia. The liturgy was sung. The incense rose. The specific grave beauty of the Orthodox ceremony, which Catherine had been participating in for 18 years and which she had made genuinely her own, filled the cathedral with the sound and smell of a faith that was blessing what it was being asked to bless. She was 23 years old. She was Empress of Russia. The practical work continued through the day. The Winter Palace was secured. The government offices were informed. The foreign ambassadors were notified through the appropriate channels in the careful diplomatic language that makes revolutions sound like administrative transitions. The Navy was informed. The outlying regiments were sent orders. The machinery of an empire was redirected in the course of a single day toward a new center of gravity. Catherine managed all of it, not personally. She had people for the specifics, and the specifics were many and complex, but the decisions flowed through her. The assessments were hers. The tone was set by her presence and her composure, and the specific quality of calm authority that she projected with a consistency that her court found in those first hours both reassuring and slightly awe-inspiring. She had not slept. She had not eaten, or had eaten minimally, in the way of someone whose attention is entirely elsewhere. She had been in motion since before dawn, and it was now afternoon, and there was still work to do. Peter was at Oranienbaum when the news reached him. He received it badly. This is not a surprise. There is no good way to receive the news that your wife has taken your throne with the enthusiastic support of every military unit in the capital. But the specific quality of Peter's response is instructive. He panicked. He negotiated. He appealed to Frederick the Great by letter, asking for advice which was both politically useless and personally revealing. Even at the moment of his greatest crisis, his instinct was to turn to Holstein and Prussia, to the world he understood, rather than to find within himself the resources the Russian situation required. He had no such resources. He sent Catherine a letter proposing a power-sharing arrangement. She declined. He sent another letter proposing that he be allowed to return to Holstein. She did not immediately reply. He attempted to rally the forces at Oranienbaum and found that his own soldiers, Holstein troops, men who had followed him from his duchy, were not willing to fight the Russian Guards regiments on his behalf. He was alone, in the way that only very public failures are alone, surrounded by people who had been loyal until the moment loyalty became costly, and who had now, with the smooth efficiency of people who understand which way things are moving, begun the process of transferring their loyalty elsewhere. He wrote to Catherine again. This time, he offered to abdicate. Catherine sent Alexei Orlov to collect him. The abdication was signed on the 29th of June, 1762, the day after the coup, a document of extraordinary brevity for a document of such consequence, renouncing the throne of Russia in terms so simple and so final that they read less like a political document than like the statement of a man who has run out of the energy required to be anything other than finished. Peter was taken to Ropsha, a small estate outside St. Petersburg, comfortable enough, removed enough from the capital to contain without obviously imprisoning. He was dead within 8 days. The official account was hemorrhoidal colic, a diagnosis that satisfied no one who knew anything about the situation, and was not intended to satisfy, was intended simply to provide the necessary official language, the formula around which the court could organize its public response while understanding privately that the formula was a formula. Alexei Orlov wrote Catherine a letter from Ropshah, a letter so agitated in its tone, so incoherent in places, so clearly the writing of a man who has done something he did not entirely plan and does not know how to account for, that most historians who have read it conclude that Peter was murdered, almost certainly by Orlov himself or under his direction, probably in a confrontation that got out of hand. Whether Catherine ordered it is the question that cannot be definitively answered. She had motive. She had in the Orlov brothers the means. The elimination of Peter removed the most significant threat to her legitimacy. A deposed emperor is always a potential rallying point, and a deposed emperor who is also legally her husband is a permanent complication. His death was useful. Whether useful is the same as intended, this the sources cannot tell us. What they tell us is that Catherine received Orlov's letter, read it, and did not order an investigation. She issued a public statement attributing the death to natural causes and moved on. She was 33 years old. She had the throne. She had built herself into the person the throne required. Across 18 years of cold and difficulty and endurance. Now came the harder work, the first years, consolidating power. Power, once seized, must be defended. This is the lesson that every ruler learns, and that most rulers learn too late. In the euphoria of the coup, in the relief of the transition, in the first days of actually sitting on the throne, rather than waiting beside it. The coup is the dramatic moment, the hinge, the thing the history remembers. What comes after is less dramatic and considerably more difficult. The patient, unglamorous, unrelenting work of converting a seizure of power into a legitimate reign. Catherine understood this before the coup was over. She understood it because she had studied the reigns of her predecessors with exactly the attention that the understanding requires, and what she had found, reading the history of the Russian throne over the previous half-century, was a pattern so consistent it amounted to a law. Rulers who seized power in Russia and then relaxed, who believed that the seizure itself was the hard part, that the afterwards would manage itself, did not keep the throne for long. The guards, regiments that put you on the throne could take you off it. The nobles who supported your coup could support someone else's. The Orthodox clergy who blessed your accession could withdraw the blessing. Nothing was permanent. Nothing was secured. Everything required constant maintenance, constant attention, constant demonstration that you were worth the trouble of maintaining. She did not relax. The first problem was legitimacy, not the legitimacy conferred by the coup itself. She had that, in the sense that the guards, regiments had declared for her, and the church had blessed her, and the machinery of the state was operating under her direction. But the deeper legitimacy, the kind that makes a reign stable rather than merely current, the sense among the people who govern Russia at every level that Catherine was the right person for the throne rather than simply the person who happened to be on it. This was complicated by several things. She was not Russian by birth. She was a woman. She had taken the throne from her husband, which was either a righteous correction of an inadequate ruler or a treasonous coup against an anointed emperor, depending on who was doing the assessing. And her son Paul, the legitimate heir, the person whose claim to the throne was, by any conventional dynastic logic, superior to hers, was 8 years old and entirely in her control, which meant that her reign was in theory a regency and in practice an usurpation. The people who might have used any of these complications against her were watching carefully. Catherine gave them very little to work with. The coronation came first. She was crowned in Moscow in September 1762, the ancient capital, the holy city, the place where Russian tsars were crowned, because Moscow was where Russia's soul lived. If Russia had a soul, and the Orthodox Church was confident that it did, the ceremony was conducted with the full weight of the Orthodox liturgy in the Assumption Cathedral in the Kremlin, before an assembled court that included everyone who mattered in Russian political life. Catherine had prepared for the coronation with the same systematic thoroughness she brought to everything. She had studied the ceremony in detail, its sequence, its symbolism, its precise theological meaning. She knew what each element signified, and she performed each element with the specific quality of attention that had characterized her relationship with Russian Orthodoxy since the day she had refused the Lutheran pastor and asked for her Orthodox tutor instead. She crowned herself. Not literally. The ceremony required the archbishop to place the crown on her head, and he did. But the moment before he did, Catherine took the crown from the cushion herself, held it, and then allowed him to complete the formal act. It was a gesture of such precise political calculation that it was simultaneously unmissable and impossible to object to. She was not usurping the archbishop's role. She was simply demonstrating in the most physical way available that the crown was hers, that she held it, that she was not receiving it as a gift but claiming it as a right. The court watched. The court understood. The treasury was the first practical crisis. Elizabeth had spent money with the cheerful extravagance of someone who believed that the purpose of an empire's wealth was to make the empire's court magnificent, and she had not been entirely wrong about this. The magnificence of the court was a political instrument, a statement of power that communicated to the rest of Europe what Russia was. But she had also, in the process, emptied the treasury so thoroughly that Catherine inherited a state that was effectively bankrupt, unable to pay its army, unable to fund the basic operations of government, operating on the credit of merchants who were increasingly uncertain whether they would ever be repaid. Catherine solved this with a measure that was both practically effective and politically elegant. She secularized the church properties. The Russian Orthodox Church owned, at the time of Catherine's accession, approximately 1/3 of the land in Russia and the serfs who worked it, an accumulation of property and wealth that had been building since the conversion of Russia to Christianity, protected by the Church's spiritual authority and by the traditional reluctance of Russian rulers to challenge that authority directly. Catherine challenged it directly. The church properties were transferred to the state to be administered by a new college of economy. The clergy became, in effect, state employees, their salaries paid by the government, their independence from the state reduced to the spiritual rather than the material. The serfs who had worked church lands became state peasants, still serfs, still bound to the land, but in the less immediately brutal condition of state ownership rather than individual landlord ownership. The measure was not popular with the clergy. Catherine implemented it anyway, with the calm determination of someone who has decided that the practical necessity outweighs the political cost, and managed the political cost with the specific skill of someone who has been managing political costs since adolescence. The treasury was no longer empty. The second crisis was Ivan VI. Ivan VI had been Emperor of Russia as an infant briefly, in 1740 and 1741, before Elizabeth's coup had removed him and placed him in the fortress of Schlüsselburg on Lake Ladoga. He had been there ever since, 21 years in a prison cell, kept in conditions that had by all accounts damaged him severely, emerging from the experience with a mind that was, by the time Catherine came to the throne, described by his guards as unstable and by his occasional visitors as tragic. He was 22 years old. He was the legitimate male heir of the Romanov dynasty. He was therefore a potential rallying point for anyone who wanted to challenge Catherine's right to the throne. Catherine visited him. This is one of the more extraordinary details of her first year. She went to Schlüsselburg herself, met Ivan, and assessed the situation with her own eyes rather than through the necessarily filtered reports of intermediaries. What she found was a young man whose imprisonment had been so total and so long that the question of whether he was capable of ruling was, she concluded, moot. He was not capable of the basic operations of ordinary life, let alone of governance. She decided to leave him where he was. She also decided, and this is the decision that history has found most difficult, to issue standing orders to his guards that in the event of any attempt to free him, he was to be killed, not punished, not recaptured, killed, immediately, regardless of circumstances. The order was carried out in 1764, when a young officer named Mirovich attempted a coup on Ivan's behalf. The guards followed their orders. Ivan died. Mirovich was executed. Catherine issued a statement expressing regret. She ordered an inquiry into the circumstances. The inquiry found that the guards had acted appropriately. She moved on. This is one of the moments in Catherine's reign that resists the comfortable narrative. The enlightened empress, the philosopher queen, the woman who corresponded with Voltaire about the rights of man. The order to kill Ivan was not enlightened. It was the decision of a ruler who understood that her own survival and the stability of her empire required the elimination of a threat, and who made that decision and implemented it and did not permit herself the luxury of extended guilt about it. She was capable of this. She was capable of many things that the comfortable narrative does not accommodate. The uncomfortable truth about Catherine the Great is that the greatness and the ruthlessness were not intention. They were aspects of the same quality, the same absolute commitment to the project of her reign, the same refusal to let sentiment obstruct necessity. The third crisis was Paul. Her son was 8 years old and had been raised since birth in circumstances designed to minimize his contact with his mother and maximize his identification with the dynasty rather than with either parent. Elizabeth had managed this, had taken Paul from Catherine almost immediately after his birth and raised him as her own project, her own heir. The result was a child who barely knew his mother and had been told by the people who raised him a version of events around his father's death that Catherine could not control and could not entirely counter. Paul believed, from an early age, that his mother had murdered his father. He was not entirely wrong. Catherine managed this with the pragmatic acceptance of someone who understands that some situations cannot be resolved, only contained. She was not going to win Paul's love. He did not have it to give. Not to her. Not in any form that she could recognize as love. She secured his position, his education, his eventual marriage. She managed the political question of his succession with the same strategic care she brought to everything else, maintaining him as the official heir while privately considering, in the later years of her reign, whether her grandson Alexander might be a better choice. She did not act on this consideration in time. Paul succeeded her. He immediately began dismantling her legacy. But that was 34 years away. Right now, in the first years of the reign, Paul was a manageable problem rather than an immediate crisis, and Catherine had more pressing things to attend to. The nobles needed managing. The Russian nobility, the dvoryanstvo, the landed class whose support was essential to any ruler's stability and whose wealth derived primarily from the labor of the serfs bound to their estates, had supported Catherine's coup and expected to be rewarded for their support. Catherine, rewarded them. The Charter of the Nobility, issued in 1762, formalized and expanded in 1785, confirmed and extended the privileges of the noble class with a generosity that had a precise political logic behind it. Nobles were exempted from compulsory state service. They were given expanded rights over their estates and the serfs on them. Their corporate identity as a class was recognized and formalized in ways that gave them a stake in the existing order and therefore a reason to defend it. The price of these privileges was the serfs. This is where the gap between Catherine's Enlightenment philosophy and her political practice is widest and most uncomfortable. She was expanding the rights of one class by entrenching the subjugation of another, and she knew it. Knew it with the specific clarity of someone who had read Montesquieu on the nature of freedom and Voltaire on the nature of tyranny, and then signed legislation that made the lives of millions of people demonstrably worse. She wrote about this tension privately, with honesty that her public pronouncements never quite matched. She called serfdom a condition contrary to Christian principles and natural law. She expressed in letters that were not meant for publication the hope that it would eventually be abolished. She did not abolish it. She could not abolish it without destroying the noble support that her reign depended on, and she was not willing to destroy the noble support. And she was honest enough about this to know that the philosophical position and the political decision were incompatible, and pragmatic enough about it to make the political decision anyway, and live with the philosophical contradiction. This is one of the defining facts about Catherine. She was neither a hypocrite who did not believe what she professed, nor an idealist who was unable to act on her beliefs. She was something more complicated, a person who believed genuinely and governed practically, who held both in mind simultaneously, who never pretended to herself that the compromise was not a compromise, and who made it anyway because the alternative was not a more enlightened Russia, but no Russia at all, at least not one governed by her. By the mid-1760s, 3 or 4 years into the reign, the immediate crises had been managed. The treasury was functioning. The nobles were satisfied. Ivan VI was dead. Peter III was buried, and his death was, in the official record, natural. Paul was being educated. The foreign powers that had watched the coup with cautious alarm had reassessed and concluded that Catherine was stable, was, in fact, considerably more stable and considerably more capable than the emperor she had replaced, which was not a high bar, but was a bar she cleared with room to spare. She had consolidated. Now she could begin to build Catherine and the Enlightenment. In 1762, the year Catherine took the throne, Denis Diderot was in trouble. the Encyclopédie, the great collaborative project he had been editing for 15 years. The attempt to collect and systematize all human knowledge in a form accessible to any literate person. The book that the French government had been trying to suppress since its first volumes appeared in 1751 was under renewed attack. The Parliament of Paris had condemned it. The royal privilege that allowed its publication had been revoked. Diderot, who had invested most of his adult life in the project, was facing the genuine possibility that it would never be completed. Catherine wrote to him. She offered to have the remaining volumes published in Russia, beyond the reach of the French censors, under the protection of the Russian imperial imprimatur. The offer was genuine, and it was also, like most of what Catherine did, something more than simply genuine. It was a statement made to the entire intellectual world of Europe about what kind of empress she intended to be and what kind of Russia she intended to govern. The intellectual world of Europe took notice. This is where Catherine's story intersects most brilliantly and most uncomfortably with the great intellectual movement of her century, the Enlightenment, that extraordinary flowering of rational inquiry that transformed European thought across the 18th century, that produced Voltaire and Montesquieu and Rousseau and Diderot and the Scottish philosophers and the American founding documents and eventually the French Revolution, was, at its heart, a project of radical optimism. It believed that human reason, properly applied, could understand the world and improve it, that the arrangements of society were not divinely ordained but humanly constructed, and therefore humanly corrigible. That tyranny was not merely immoral, but irrational, an inefficient way of organizing human beings that produced less wealth, less stability, and less happiness than arrangements based on consent and law. Catherine believed all of this. She also ruled Russia. The tension between these two facts, genuinely held Enlightenment values and the reality of governing an absolute monarchy built on serfdom, is the central paradox of her reign, the thing that her admirers have always found difficult and her critics have always found damning. Understanding it properly requires holding both things in mind simultaneously, without resolving the tension prematurely in either direction. The correspondence with Voltaire is where the Enlightenment relationship is most vivid and most revealing. Voltaire was 70 years old when Catherine came to the throne. A man who had spent his entire adult life fighting the intellectual battles of the Enlightenment, who had been imprisoned in the Bastille, exiled from France, forced to live on the Swiss border to avoid the reach of the French authorities, and who had never, through any of it, stopped writing or stopped fighting. He was the most famous intellectual in Europe. He was also, by the 1760s, looking for a ruler who embodied the principles he had been advocating for 50 years. He found Catherine, or rather, Catherine presented herself to Voltaire in terms designed to make him find her, corresponding with him from the beginning of her reign, in a register so precisely calibrated to his sensibilities that it was almost a form of flattery in itself. The flattery of a powerful person who has studied what you find important and is demonstrating that she finds it important too. The correspondence was genuine. The calculation behind it was also genuine. Both things were true, and the relationship flourished precisely because both things were true. Because Voltaire was sophisticated enough to understand the calculation and find it appropriate, and because Catherine was sincere enough in her philosophical commitments to sustain the correspondence across 15 years without it becoming merely instrumental. He called her the Semiramis of the North, after the legendary Assyrian queen, the great female ruler of the ancient world. He praised her reforms, her tolerance, her military victories, with an enthusiasm that his correspondents sometimes found excessive, and that Catherine herself occasionally found embarrassing. She wrote to him in 1769, during the First Russo-Turkish War, that his letters made her blush. He replied that blushes were becoming in an empress, and that she should accustom herself to deserving them. She kept every letter. Diderot came in person. The decision to invite him was Catherine's, made after she had bought his library in 1765, in one of the gestures of imperial generosity that were also, always, gestures of imperial statement. Diderot had needed money. He had been considering selling his library, which was both his intellectual inheritance and his working tool. Catherine bought it, paid him a generous price, and then hired him back as its librarian at an annual salary, so that he retained the use of what she had purchased, and she retained the credit of having provided for a philosopher in need. The gesture was reported everywhere. The message was unmistakable. Russia, under Catherine, was a place where philosophers were valued and protected. France, under Louis XV, was a place where they were suppressed and harassed. The comparison was not subtle. It was not meant to be subtle. Diderot arrived in St. Petersburg in October 1773 and stayed until March 1774. The conversations they had, conducted daily for hours at a time, in the small study off Catherine's private apartments, where she received the people she actually wanted to talk to rather than the people she was required to receive, are one of the great intellectual encounters of the century, reconstructed imperfectly from Diderot's own notes and the accounts of the courtiers who occasionally observed them. He was not deferential. This seems to have been part of the attraction. The people who surrounded Catherine professionally were, of necessity, careful about what they said, how they said it, what they implied, and what they left unsaid. Diderot was careful about none of this. He argued with her directly, forcefully, in the manner of a man who had spent his life arguing with the powerful, and who saw no reason to modify the habit simply because the powerful person in front of him was also the most powerful person in Europe. He argued about serfdom. He argued about the pace of reform. He argued about the relationship between a ruler's stated principles and her actual policies, pressing her on the gap between them with a specificity that required real answers rather than philosophical generalities. Catherine gave real answers. She told him that the gap was real, that she knew it was real, and that closing it was the work of a generation rather than a reign. She told him that a philosopher could draw a line on paper and it was a perfect line, but an empress drew her lines on human skin, which pushed back. She told him that Russia was not France, that its history and its people and its particular relationship with the land and the state required a pace of change that French rationalism consistently underestimated. He left unconvinced that she was moving fast enough. She concluded that he was arguing for a Russia that existed in his study rather than on the map. They were both right, and they both knew it. And this seems to have been the basis of a mutual respect that survived the disagreements intact. The nakaz was the most sustained expression of Catherine's Enlightenment commitments, and the most instructive example of the gap between those commitments and their implementation. She wrote it herself over the course of 18 months, beginning in 1765. It drew extensively from Montesquieu, so extensively that she described it with characteristic directness as a work of plunder. It drew also from the Italian jurist Cesare Beccaria's On Crimes and Punishments, the foundational text of Enlightenment criminology, which argued against torture and capital punishment, and for a system of law based on rational proportionality rather than exemplary terror. The nakaz argued for equality before the law. It argued against arbitrary imprisonment. It argued for religious toleration. It argued for a legal system that protected the rights of individuals against the power of the state. It argued in passages that her noble advisers found alarming and that she reduced in the final version for the eventual abolition of serfdom. The final version was shown to a group of senior nobles before publication. They were appalled. Catherine removed the most radical passages. The document that was published and distributed, translated into every major European language, praised by Voltaire and Diderot, and read throughout the intellectual world, as evidence of Russia's transformation, was a significantly more moderate document than the one she had originally written. The legislative commission it was meant to guide met for 18 months and produced no legislation. Catherine dissolved it in 1768, citing the outbreak of war with the Ottomans as the reason for the dissolution. This is the pattern that runs through Catherine's Enlightenment reign. The ambition, the genuine intellectual commitment, the carefully constructed image of a philosophically governed empire, and then the gap between image and reality, the compromises with the nobility, the reforms that stop short of the fundamental restructuring that her principles implied. The gap was real. It was not, however, simply hypocrisy. It was the result of a genuine and painful understanding of what was possible. Catherine knew Russia in a way that Voltaire and Diderot did not, knew its history of instability, its series of palace coups, its nobility whose support was both essential and conditional. She knew that a ruler who moved faster than a base of support could follow was not an enlightened ruler but a deposed one, and that a deposed enlightened ruler helped no one. She chose stability over radicalism and called it pragmatism. She was not wrong, exactly. Russia under Catherine was more tolerant, more educated, more connected to European intellectual life than it had been before her. The foundations she laid, the schools she built, the legal reforms she implemented, the cultural institutions she founded, had real and lasting effects. But the serfs were still serfs, and Catherine knew it. In the private letters, in the margins of her reading, in the documents she wrote for herself rather than for publication, the knowledge sits heavily. The knowledge of someone who can see what needs to be done and cannot do it, who has made a choice she cannot entirely respect, and who lives with that choice every day, without the comfort of pretending it is not a choice. This is the Enlightenment and Catherine, not the simple story of a philosopher queen bringing light to a dark empire, and not the simple story of a hypocrite using philosophy as decoration. The complicated story, the true one, of a woman who believed what she said and governed as she had to, and who never managed to close the gap between those two things, and who never stopped trying. The Winter Palace and St. Petersburg. Peter the Great built St. Petersburg as an argument. The argument was this: that Russia was not the backward, isolated, semi-Asiatic country that Western Europe believed it to be, that it was capable of producing a city as magnificent as any in Europe, that it could be forced by sufficient will into the modernity that geography and history had conspired to deny it. He chose a site on the Neva Delta that was, by any rational assessment, entirely unsuitable. A swamp, periodically flooded, exposed to the Baltic winds, underlain by soft ground that required thousands of wooden piles driven into the marsh before anything could be built on it. He chose it precisely because it was unsuitable, because building there was the kind of thing that only happened when someone was willing to pay any price, and paying any price was what Peter did. The city rose between 1703 and his death in 1725, at a cost in human lives that was never precisely counted, but was measured by contemporaries in tens of thousands. The laborers who built St. Petersburg died of cold and disease and exhaustion in numbers that made the city, for all its subsequent beauty, a monument built on bones. Peter did not consider this a problem. He considered it a city. Catherine inherited St. Petersburg and made it something else, not different in kind. Still, the argument Peter had intended, still the demonstration that Russia belonged to European civilization rather than standing outside it, but different in degree and different in spirit, because Catherine's relationship with the city was not Peter's relationship with it. Peter had built St. Petersburg as an act of will, had imposed it on the landscape by force, the way he imposed everything. Catherine inhabited it, shaped it from inside, made it the expression not of a single violent creative act, but of a sustained and deepening aesthetic vision. She loved it. This is the first thing to understand. Not in the performed way of rulers who love their capitals because their capitals are extensions of their power, but genuinely in the specific way that she loved the things she had chosen rather than inherited, with the fierce personal attachment of someone who has made something her own through effort and attention. She loved the winter especially. St. Petersburg in winter is one of the most extraordinary environments on earth, and it requires a particular kind of temperament to find it beautiful rather than simply brutal. The cold arrives in November and does not leave until April, a cold of a different order from the Baltic cold Catherine had grown up with in Stettin, not merely uncomfortable, but transformative. A cold that changes what is possible and what is not, that freezes the Neva solid enough to bear carriages and artillery, that turns the city into a place of hard edges and crystalline air, and the specific silence of a landscape that has been simplified by ice into its essential geometry. The light in winter is extraordinary, not the warm, golden light of a Mediterranean morning, but something harder and cleaner and more demanding. The sun stays low, even at noon, moving along the horizon rather than ascending above it, casting long shadows and turning everything it touches to a pale gold that seems, in the short winter days, like a special dispensation rather than the ordinary behavior of light. The Neva frozen is not the Neva defeated. It is the Neva transformed. a broad white road running through the center of the city, its surface not smooth but ridged and complicated by the pressure of the frieze, marked by the tracks of the sledges that crossed it daily, the horses' breath rising in clouds that hung in the cold air and caught the low light and made the river, on certain mornings, look as though it were exhaling slowly into the sky. Catherine walked on the frozen Neva. She sledded. She conducted meetings in the Winter Palace with the windows open in temperatures that appalled her foreign visitors and which she seemed to find invigorating rather than uncomfortable, as though the cold was simply one of the conditions of the place she had made hers, and she had made her peace with all the conditions. The Winter Palace itself deserves its own attention, because it is one of the great buildings of the 18th century, and Catherine's relationship with it defined what it became. The building that exists today, that extraordinary facade of pale aquamarine and white and gold stretching along the Neva embankment for 230 meters, its Baroque exuberance tempered by the mathematical regularity of its repetitions, its colors caught in the river on clear days and doubled into a second palace lying below the surface of the water, was completed by Empress Elizabeth in 1762, the year of Catherine's coup. Catherine moved into it almost immediately. She lived in it for 34 years. 1,500 rooms. The number is almost meaningless as a number. It becomes meaningful only when you begin to understand what 1,500 rooms means as a lived environment, as a space that contains not just apartments and staterooms, but an entire world, self-sufficient and self-referential, with its own internal geography that took new arrivals months to master, its own internal climate that varied from the overheated intimacy of the private apartments to the cathedral cold of the great halls that could not be adequately warmed by any number of the Dutch tile stoves that lined their walls. The Jordan staircase, the great ceremonial entrance, its white marble ascending through 2 stories to a ceiling of painted sky, its walls lined with columns of grey granite, its proportions so carefully calculated that the effect on anyone ascending it for the first time was one of being lifted, physically lifted, by the architecture itself, carried upward by the accumulated intention of everyone who had designed and built and gilded this specific route into the palace's heart. The staterooms, the malachite room, its columns and pilasters faced in the deep swirling green of Ural malachite, the color of deep water in strong light, the gold drawing room, the white hall, each one a different argument about what beauty was and what Russia could produce. And at the heart of all of it, off the private apartments that occupied the southeast corner of the palace, Catherine's study. The study was not the grandest room in the Winter Palace. It was, by the standards of the building around it, almost modest. A room of human scale in a palace designed to exceed human scale. Its walls lined with books rather than paintings, its windows looking out across the Neva toward the Peter and Paul fortress on the far bank, its desk positioned so that the light fell from the left the way she preferred it. This was where she worked. Every morning, early. She rose at 6 or 5, or sometimes earlier, with the consistent early rising of someone who genuinely preferred the morning to the rest of the day and had enough discipline to act on the preference without exception. She made her own coffee, a detail noted by her staff with the slight bewilderment of people who work for the most powerful person in Europe and cannot understand why she would do something so ordinary herself. She sat at her desk. She worked. The volume of what she produced at that desk is one of the remarkable facts of her reign. The correspondence alone. Letters to Voltaire, to Diderot, to Frederick the Great, to Joseph II of Austria, to the foreign ambassadors of every significant power, to the governors of Russia's provinces, to her military commanders in the field, would constitute assembled a substantial library. The administrative documents, the legislative drafts, the personal memoirs she worked on across decades, the frank and sometimes startling account of her own life that she never finished and never published, and that survived her in fragments. She was always writing, always thinking on paper, the way her great predecessor, Babur, had thought on paper, the way writers think, using the act of writing not to record conclusions already reached, but to reach them, using the movement of the pen as a form of cognition. Outside the study, outside the Winter Palace, the city that Peter had built and Catherine was remaking, spread westward and southward from the Neva in the grid of streets and canals that gave it from above the appearance of a rational plan imposed on an irrational landscape. The canals, the Moika, the Fontanka, the Griboidov ran parallel to the Neva in concentric curves, their banks lined with the palaces and mansions of the nobility, their surfaces in summer reflecting the white nights and in winter freezing solid, and being crossed by the same foot traffic that crossed the Neva. Pedestrians and sledges and occasional horses making their way across the ice with the casual confidence of people who have grown up understanding that winter is not an obstacle, but a condition. The architecture of the city in Catherine's time was in the process of transformation. From the Baroque extravagance of Elizabeth's era, with its curly cues and its gilding and its insistence on decoration as the primary architectural virtue, toward the neoclassicism that Catherine preferred, the cleaner lines and more disciplined proportions of a style that drew on the ancient world rather than on the French decorative tradition. She brought architects from Scotland, Charles Cameron, whose work at Tsarskoye Selo produce some of the most beautiful interiors in Russia. From Italy, Giacomo Quarenghi, whose neoclassical buildings changed the face of St. Petersburg with a restraint and a rationality that was itself an Enlightenment argument in stone. From Russia itself, Ivan Starov, Vasily Bajenov, the generation of Russian architects who had been educated in Europe and returned with the synthesis of traditions that Catherine's reign embodied. The city she left behind was not the city she had inherited. Tsarskoye Selo deserves its own moment because it was where Catherine was most fully herself. The estate, 30 kilometers south of St. Petersburg, its name meaning the Tsar's village, had been developed by Elizabeth into a complex of palaces and parks of extraordinary extravagance, centered on the Catherine Palace, whose blue and white and gold facade stretched for 300 meters across the formal gardens, its rococo decoration so intense and so comprehensive that it crossed over from magnificence into something resembling fever. Catherine added to it and changed it according to her own sensibilities, commissioning Cameron to create the Cameron Gallery, a neoclassical colonnade of such serene proportion that it stood in deliberate and pointed contrast to the Baroque excess of the palace beside it, as though Catherine were having a quiet architectural argument with Elizabeth's taste. She walked at Tsarskoye Selo every day, regardless of weather, in the gardens that stretched beyond the formal parterres, into the English landscape park that she preferred to the French geometric garden, the winding paths, the artificial lake, the carefully arranged natural beauty that the English garden tradition had perfected, and that Catherine found more genuinely restful than the ordered symmetry of the French style. She walked with her dogs. She always had dogs, large, energetic, slightly undisciplined animals that her court found alarming, and that she found, apparently, a relief from the managed social performance of the palace. Creatures whose loyalty was uncomplicated and whose needs were straightforward, and who did not require management in any of the ways that 300 million human subjects required management. She thought best when she was walking. Some of the decisions that shaped Russia were made in those walks, taken into the garden as problems, turned over in the cold air among the English trees and the artificial lakes and the dogs, and brought back to the desk as solutions. The Hermitage began as a cabinet in 1764, 2 years into her reign. Catherine purchased a collection of 225 paintings from a Berlin merchant, a collection assembled by the Prussian dealer Johann Ernst Gotzkowski, originally intended for Frederick the Great, declined by Frederick when his treasury ran short during the 7 Years' War. Catherine bought it as an act of opportunism that was also characteristically an act of statement. Acquiring what Frederick had been unable to afford was a pleasurable demonstration of Russian financial recovery. She built a small pavilion beside the Winter Palace to house the collection. She called it the Hermitage, the hermit's retreat, the private place, the room to which she retreated from the court and its demands. Within 30 years, the collection had grown to 37,000 objects. The mechanism of growth was Catherine's combination of imperial wealth, genuine aesthetic judgment, and the specific advantage of a ruler who could instruct her ambassadors throughout Europe to notify her when significant collections came to market. The great collections of the 18th century, assembled by the European nobility over generations, and then when death duties or debt or revolutionary seizure forced their sale, disperse back into the market, flowed toward Catherine with the inevitability of water finding its level. Drawn by the combination of money and genuine appreciation that she offered, she bought Rembrandt, she bought Raphael, she bought Van Dyck and Rubens and Poussin and Watteau and the great Dutch masters and the Italian Renaissance masters and everything in between. She bought with the systematic hunger of a collector who understands that she is not simply acquiring beautiful objects, but building an institution, building for Russia the kind of cultural repository that France and England and Italy took for granted, and that Russia, until Catherine, did not have. The Hermitage opened to the public in 1852, after her death. It is one of the largest and most visited museums on earth. It contains among its 3 million objects the paintings and sculptures and decorative arts that Catherine assembled across 34 years of buying, with the attention of someone who loved what she was buying and the resources of someone who could buy almost anything she wanted. She built it for herself and left it to the world. The Winter Palace at night. It is January in St. Petersburg, the kind of January that this city produces in its fullest expression. Not merely cold, but definitively architecturally cold, a cold that has reorganized the world into its simplest elements. The Neva is frozen, has been frozen for 6 weeks, will be frozen for 6 more. The ice is thick enough to bear the weight of the sledges that cross it daily, their runners hissing on the surface, their passengers wrapped in furs that make them look from a distance like ambulatory bears moving through the white light of a winter afternoon that is already at 3 o'clock, beginning to shade toward evening. The sun sets early here in January. By 4 o'clock it is gone, not fading gradually, the way sunsets do in more southerly places, but withdrawing with the decisive efficiency of something that has other business to attend to. leaving behind a sky that moves through violet to a deep blue-black in the space of half an hour. The stars appearing not one by one, but in groups, as though they have been waiting just behind the light and step forward the moment it retreats. The city comes alive in the dark. Stand on the embankment and look at the Winter Palace. The building in daylight is extraordinary. That aquamarine and white facade, the repetition of its windows and columns and pilasters stretching along the river for 230 meters, the baroque ornament of its roofline silhouetted against whatever sky the day provides. But the Winter Palace at night is something else, something the daylight version only hints at. The windows are lit, all of them, or nearly, 1,000 points of warm amber light in the dark facade, each one the size of a human figure, each one suggesting the life behind it, the rooms and the people and the activity that fills this building as constantly and as completely as blood fills a body. The light comes through the glass and falls onto the frozen embankment in long orange strips that the ice catches and holds, so that the river itself seems to glow faintly with a warmth it has no business having in January. The reflection in the ice is not quite the building. It is the building simplified. The 1,000 lights reduced by the imperfect mirror of the frozen surface to a suggestion, a memory, the outline of the palace lying below the palace like a dream of itself, its edges softened, its ornament dissolved into the general amber glow that rises from the ice and meets the amber glow descending from the windows. 2 palaces, one real, one reflected, both in the January dark equally present. Inside the Jordan staircase the candles are lit, not the chandeliers of the staterooms. Those are for the formal occasions, the balls and the receptions, and the diplomatic dinners that fill the calendar of the court with their own elaborate seasonal rhythm. On an ordinary January evening, the staircase is lit by the candles in their wall sconces, their light warm and slightly unsteady, moving with each draught from the doors below, throwing the white marble columns into relief and leaving the upper reaches of the ceiling in a soft amber dimness that makes the painted sky above seem, at this hour, almost plausible. The staircase is quiet. The formal business of the day is done. The audiences, the meetings, the management of the machinery of empire that occupies the daylight hours. The court is at supper, or preparing for supper, or gathered in the smaller rooms that the evening makes appropriate. The card rooms, the music room, the intimate drawing rooms where the social life of the palace retreats at night, from the grand scale of the staterooms to something more human. The building breathes differently at night. In her private apartments, in the southeast corner of the palace, a lamp is burning. It is always burning at this hour, because she is always working at this hour. Has been working since 5 in the morning and will work until 10 at night, with the consistent, slightly inhuman productivity of someone who has made the management of time itself into a discipline, who wastes none of it and begrudges none of it, and simply, continuously works. The study is warm. The tile stove in the corner has been burning since morning. Those great Dutch stoves that are the primary technology of warmth in the Russian winter. Their thick ceramic walls holding heat for hours after the fire inside them has died down, radiating it slowly into the room with the patient generosity of something that understands that warmth is not a luxury here, but a condition of existence. The desk is covered in papers, letters from the field, Suvorov in the south, the latest dispatches from the Ottoman frontier, the numbers that tell her how the war is going and what it costs and what it will take to finish it. Administrative reports from the provinces, petitions, legal documents, the correspondence that flows toward the center of an empire of 30 million people and requires a center capable of responding to it. Beside the documents, a cup of coffee, half drunk and probably cold. She makes it herself, still, after 30 years of reigning. The habit established in the early years of the reign. The mornings before the court woke. The privacy of a task done with her own hands. The specific pleasure of a ritual that required nothing from anyone and produced reliably what she needed to begin the day, has never been replaced by the more appropriate imperial alternative. Her servants have learned not to offer. Through the tall windows, the Neva, the frozen river in the January night, is not dark but luminous, the ice catching the ambient light of the city and returning it in a diffuse silver glow that makes the river visible even without the moon, a broad, pale road running from the darkness of the Gulf to the darkness of Lake Ladoga, the city arranged along its banks like an audience facing a stage. On the far bank, the Peter and Paul fortress. The golden spire of the cathedral catches what light there is and holds it, a needle of pale gold against the dark sky, the highest point in the city, the place where the Romanov emperors and empresses are buried in the cathedral beneath it. Peter the Great is there, Catherine I is there, Elizabeth is there, Peter III is not there. He was buried without ceremony in the Alexander Nevsky Monastery, in keeping with the official diminishment of his reign. He will be moved eventually. Her son Paul will see to that. Will have him reburied with full imperial honors in the fortress cathedral. Will make a point of it. But that is later. That is after. She does not think about Peter often. She thinks about the war. The empire at night is not the empire in daylight. In daylight it is administrative. Documents and decisions and the management of an apparatus so large that no single mind can hold it whole. Only in pieces, province by province, ministry by ministry. The whole assembled from its parts in the daily briefings and the maps on the wall and the numbers in the dispatches. In daylight, the empire is work. At night, it is something else. At night, in the quiet of the study, with the lamp burning and the stove radiating its slow heat and the frozen river visible through the windows, the empire becomes imaginable as a whole, as the thing it actually is, which is an enormous, complicated, contradictory human project. 30 million lives going about their particular business in the cold and the dark, most of them entirely unaware that in this room, at this hour, someone is thinking about what they need and what they deserve and what it might be possible to give them. She thinks about the serfs. She always thinks about the serfs at night, in the quiet, when the politics of the day have receded enough to let the philosophy in. She knows what needs to happen. She knows what she has not done, and why she has not done it, and why the not doing was necessary, and why the necessity does not make the not doing right. She picks up her pen. She writes. Outside, the January night deepens. The temperature drops another degree. The thermometer on the exterior wall of the palace, installed at her instruction, showing the cold in the specific numbers that she has always preferred to the general impression. The cold made legible, made measurable, made subject to the same rational accounting she applies to everything. The stars over the Peter and Paul fortress are very bright. In the study, the lamp burns on. The papers on the desk are covered in her handwriting. That distinctive, rapid, slightly forward-leaning script that her correspondents across Europe have learned to recognize, the script of a woman who writes quickly because she thinks quickly and has more to say than there are hours in which to say it. The coffee is cold. She does not notice. The empire is sleeping around her, all 30 million lives of it, in the farmhouses of the Ukraine, and the merchant houses of Moscow, and the nomad encampments of the steppe, and the fishing villages of the Baltic coast, and the trading posts of Siberia, where the cold is a different order of cold entirely, where the temperature in January drops to numbers that make the St. Petersburg winter seem almost temperate, She is responsible for all of it. She has been responsible for all of it for 20 years. She will be responsible for all of it for 14 more. The lamp burns, the stove radiates, the frozen river holds its pale glow in the darkness beyond the tall windows. She turns the page. She writes Grigory Potemkin. The great love. He arrived in her life at the right moment, which is to say, the worst possible moment, which is to say, the moment when she most needed exactly what he was. It was 1774. Catherine had been Empress for 12 years. She had consolidated the throne, managed the nobles, survived the Pugachev Rebellion, fought the Ottomans to a treaty, corresponded with Voltaire, bought paintings, built buildings, written legislation, governed an empire of 30 million people with the focused, unrelenting, slightly superhuman productivity that had characterized her reign from its first days. She was also, underneath all of this, profoundly lonely. Not the surface loneliness of a person without company. She was never without company, was surrounded at every waking moment by courtiers and ministers and diplomats and petitioners and the entire elaborate apparatus of imperial social life. But the deeper loneliness of a person who is almost always the most capable individual in any room, and has been for long enough that the novelty of it has worn off entirely, and left in its place a quiet, permanent ache for someone who is simply, genuinely, an equal. Grigory Potemkin walked into the room. He was 35 years old when the relationship began, 10 years younger than Catherine, which the court noted and which Catherine did not appear to find significant. He was enormous, physically enormous, well over 6 feet, broad through the shoulders, possessing the kind of physical presence that fills a space before the personality has had a chance to establish itself. He had lost an eye in his 20s in circumstances that are not entirely clear, possibly in a duel, possibly in an accident, possibly, as some accounts suggest, deliberately, in a gesture of self-mutilation during a period of deep depression following a failed attempt to gain Catherine's attention in the early years of her reign. He wore a patch over the empty socket. He wore it with the complete unconscious ease of someone who has long since stopped thinking of it as a disfigurement and come to understand it as simply one of his features. The way he looked, the face that went with the person he was. The face was extraordinary, not handsome in any conventional sense, too large, too strong, too marked by the evidence of a life lived at full intensity, but compelling in the way that faces are compelling when the person behind them is genuinely, completely alive, present in every feature, every expression carrying the full weight of what was being felt, nothing managed or withheld. Catherine, who had spent 30 years managing and withholding, found this quality almost unbearably attractive. He was also, and this was the thing that made everything else possible, genuinely exceptional. Not in one area, in everything. He was a military commander of genius, whose strategic vision and logistical capability would reshape Russia's southern empire over the next 2 decades. He was a political operator of the highest order, capable of the same kind of multi-dimensional thinking that Catherine herself practiced, seeing the relationship between military campaigns and diplomatic positioning and economic development, and the long arc of imperial strategy, holding all of it in mind simultaneously and making decisions that accounted for all of it simultaneously. He was an aesthete. Buildings, gardens, music, theatre, the specific pleasures of a man with an enormous appetite for beauty in every form. He built cities. He founded Sevastopol and Kherson and Ekaterinoslav and Nikolaev, new cities on the newly acquired Black Sea coast, built from nothing with the same insistence that Peter the Great had brought to St. Petersburg, the same conviction that the city was an argument and that Russia needed to keep making the argument until the world stopped doubting it. He was a mystic, genuinely religious in the complex, personal, slightly heterodox way of someone for whom faith is a living question rather than a settled answer, drawn to the orthodox tradition not as convention but as the repository of something real and deep and not entirely explicable by reason. He was, in other words, the person Catherine had been looking for since she arrived in Russia at 14. Someone who could meet her where she actually was, at the full scale of what she was, without flinching or diminishing or needing her to be smaller than she was in order to feel adequate beside her. The letters between them are extraordinary documents, not the carefully composed diplomatic correspondence that fills the rest of Catherine's archive. The letters to Voltaire, to foreign monarchs, to her generals in the field. The letters to Potemkin are different in kind. They are the letters of a person who has, for the first time in her adult life, a correspondent to whom she does not have to be careful, to whom she can say what she actually thinks and feel what she actually feels, in the full knowledge that he can receive it and respond in kind. She called him by a dozen pet names: Jao, my golden pheasant, my dear pigeon, my darling, my husband. That last word, husband, appears repeatedly in letters written at the height of their relationship, and it is either metaphorical or it is not. The historical evidence that they were secretly married is inconclusive. but significant. A ceremony, witnesses, a document that may or may not have survived, and the question cannot be definitively resolved. What can be said is that both of them behaved, in the letters and in the relationship, as though the word was not metaphorical. He addressed her as his wife. She addressed him as her husband. They argued in the way of people who have given each other the specific permission of intimate partnership, completely, including the things that could not be said to anyone else, including the anger and the hurt and the specific exhaustion of two people who are each separately managing enormous amounts and who need, in the privacy of their correspondence, to put that weight down. He told her she was wrong when she was wrong. He disagreed with her policies in writing in terms that her other correspondents would never have risked. He criticized her judgment, her management of specific people, her assessment of specific situations, with a directness that was either a sign of his confidence in her tolerance or his confidence in the relationship's durability, or both. She argued back. She defended herself. She occasionally conceded in writing that he had a point, a concession that appears in her correspondence with almost no one else. The precise nature of the relationship changed over time, the way relationships do. The passionate intensity of the early years, the letters written daily, sometimes twice daily, a physical nearness that both of them required and that the demands of empire sometimes prevented. The specific anguish of separation that runs through the correspondence of 1774 and 1775 like a current under the surface of more practical matters, modulated over the years into something different and in some ways deeper. They stopped being lovers at some point in the late 1770s, in the way that people stop being lovers without stopping being the most important person in each other's life. The physical relationship ended. Catherine took other favorites, several of them, and Potemkin accepted this and occasionally facilitated it, choosing or approving her subsequent companions with the authority of someone who has moved into a different and more permanent role. He was no longer the favorite. He was something without a name, the person to whom she wrote when something happened that she needed to tell someone, the person whose judgment she trusted above all others, the person who knew her completely and found her in that complete knowing, not diminished but increased. She called him her student and her teacher. She called him her sovereign lord. She called him the cleverest man in Russia, which coming from Catherine was not flattery but assessment. He governed the south of Russia on her behalf. The vast new territories acquired through the Ottoman Wars, the Black Sea coast, the Crimea, the lands that Russia was settling and building and making into the Southern Empire that would eventually become Ukraine and Moldova and the Russian claim on the Black Sea. He governed them with the same combination of vision and practical genius that he brought to everything, building cities, managing the complex politics of a region of multiple peoples and multiple faiths, creating from scratch the naval presence in the Black Sea that made Russia a Mediterranean power for the first time. He was, in effect, co-emperor. Not in title. The title was hers, absolutely and without qualification, but in function, in the division of the empire, into a north that she governed, and a south that he governed, and a shared strategic vision that held the whole together. The famous Crimean journey of 1787 was the public expression of what they had built together. Catherine travelled south to inspect the new territories, a journey of 6 months through the Ukrainian steppe and down to the Crimea, conducted with the theatrical extravagance that her reign had always understood as a form of political communication. The foreign ambassadors came with her. The Emperor Joseph II of Austria joined the procession incognito, then abandoned the incognito when it became clear that the scale of what he was seeing required a formal response. What he was seeing was a new empire. The cities Potemkin had built, the fleet anchored in Sevastopol harbor, 80 ships, constructed in the 5 years since Russia had acquired the Crimea, a navy built from nothing on a sea Russia had not previously reached, its flags catching the Black Sea wind. As Catherine watched from the shore, she wept. This detail, so unusual for a woman who had spent 30 years not weeping in public, tells you something about the magnitude of what she was looking at. Not just the ships, not just the cities, not just the military and strategic achievement, but the proof of what they had done together. She and Potemkin, the Empress and her co-emperor, the two people who between them had governed the largest empire on earth for 15 years and made it larger and stronger and more present in the world than it had been when they found it. He stood beside her on the shore. There is a story, probably apocryphal, possibly true, the kind of story that accumulates around relationships of sufficient weight and duration, that at some point during those years, Catherine asked Potemkin what he wanted from her. Not politically, not administratively, personally. What he wanted. He said he wanted nothing, that he had everything. She said that was not an answer. He said that what he wanted was what he already had, which was her confidence, which was worth more than anything she could give him and which she had given him completely. And that was enough. Whether the conversation happened precisely like this, it captures the quality of what they were to each other. A relationship in which the usual transactions of power and favor and advancement had been replaced by something rarer and less tradable, a mutual recognition that functioned as its own reward. He died in 1791 on the steppe road between Jassy and Nikolaev, of a fever that came on suddenly and moved fast. He was 52 years old. He had been ill before and recovered. This time he did not recover. The fever overwhelmed him in a matter of days, and he died on the road, in the open air, which he had apparently requested, refusing the carriage and asking to be laid on the ground under the sky. The news reached Catherine in St. Petersburg. She received it alone, which was the only way she could receive it. She wept, privately, in the apartments, for days. She wrote to Grimm, her German correspondent, a letter that is one of the most unguarded things she ever wrote, stripped of the composure, stripped of the management, stripped of the 30 years of discipline that had made her composure into something almost structural, almost load-bearing, almost the thing that held everything else up. She wrote that she had lost her pupil, her friend, almost my idol. She wrote that she did not know whom to rely on now. She wrote that he had been a great, peculiar, singular man, that no one else would come to take his place, that she had made him and he had made her, and that the making had gone in both directions, and she was not sure, now that he was gone, which parts of herself had been built with him and which parts would hold without him. She was 62 years old. She had 14 more years to reign without him. She reigned them. But the letters from that period are different, more guarded, more alone, more like the letters of a person who has rediscovered, after a long interval, the specific quality of the loneliness that had been waiting for her since she was 15 and had been held at bay for 17 years by the person now lying in the ground in a church in Kherson. She had built something with Potemkin that she had not built with anyone else. She had not built it twice. The Pugachev Rebellion. In the autumn of 1773, a man appeared on the Yaik River in the southern Urals and announced that he was the Emperor of Russia. His name was Yemelyan Pugachev. He was a Cossack officer of 40 years, broad-shouldered, dark-eyed, possessed of the specific physical authority that men of his background and temperament carried as naturally as they carried their weapons. The authority of someone who has spent his adult life in conditions that test people constantly and has been tested and found consistently sufficient. He was not educated in any formal sense. He was intelligent in the direct, practical way of someone whose intelligence has been shaped entirely by necessity, by the need to read situations quickly and accurately and respond to them before the situation changed. He was also, and this was the claim that changed everything, dead. Peter III, he told the Cossacks who gathered to hear him, had not died at Ropsha in 1762. He had escaped, had been hidden by loyal friends, had spent 11 years in hiding, and had now returned to claim his throne from the usurper who had stolen it, the German woman who called herself Empress and ruled Russia in defiance of God and natural order and the rightful succession. He showed them his chest. He had marks there, scars or birthmarks, it was never entirely clear, that he identified as the marks of the imperial regalia, the evidence of his true identity. The Cossacks believed him. This requires explanation, because it is not self-evident why thousands of people would believe that a Cossack from the Urals was the murdered emperor of Russia. The answer lies not in credulity, but in need. The world of the Yei Cossacks, and of the serfs and the factory workers, and the nomadic peoples of the southern and eastern steppe who would join Pugachev's rebellion in its hundreds of thousands, was a world of accumulated, unaddressed grievance so vast and so long-standing that it had become, for the people who lived inside it, simply the texture of reality. The Cossacks had seen their traditional freedoms curtailed by the expanding Russian state. The serfs labored under conditions of legal bondage that were, by any honest assessment, indistinguishable from slavery. The factory workers of the Ural mines and foundries worked in conditions of such brutality that their lives were measured in years rather than decades. The nomadic peoples of the steppe had been pushed off their lands by Russian colonization and had no legal recourse and no political representation and no mechanism for making their situation visible to the people who made decisions. What they needed was not a true story. They needed a story that made action possible. Peter III, or the person claiming to be Peter III, gave them that story. He was the true Tsar, robbed of his throne by the German usurper. He would, when he reclaimed what was his, free the serfs, restore the Cossack liberties, end the factory bondage, return the steppe to the nomadic peoples. He issued manifestos in the name of Peter III that promised all of this in terms so direct and so specific that they functioned as contracts. Here is what I will give you. Here is what I need from you. Here is what the world will look like when we have done what needs to be done. The rebellion began with a few hundred Cossacks in September 1773. By the spring of 1774, Pugachev commanded an army of tens of thousands. The speed of it was what frightened Catherine most. She had dealt with unrest before, small rebellions, local disorders, the constant low-level friction of a society held together by force rather than consent. But nothing on this scale, nothing that moved this fast, nothing that swept across the landscape with the velocity of something that had been building for decades and had finally found its opening. Pugachev's forces took Orenburg, one of the major cities of the southern Urals, and besieged it for 6 months. They took Kazan, a city of 40,000 people, the major urban center of the Middle Volga and burned most of it. The noble landowners and their families who fell into Pugachev's hands were treated with a savagery that reflected the depth of the grievance behind the rebellion. Hanged from the gates of their own estates, their bodies left as statements, the specific violence of people who have been powerless for so long that power, when it arrives without restraint. Catherine's initial response was inadequate. She underestimated the rebellion's scale, sent insufficient forces, lost the first engagement. She wrote to Voltaire that the situation was complicated by a rogue who calls himself Peter III, and Voltaire wrote back with the urbane amusement of a man for whom the peasant rebellions of the Russian steppe were a safely distant phenomenon, and Catherine found herself unable to explain, in the carefully managed language of the Enlightenment correspondence, the specific quality of the fear she was actually feeling. She was frightened. This is important to acknowledge, because Catherine was not often frightened, had trained herself out of most forms of fear in the course of the 18 years of the Grand Duchess and the 12 years of the reign. But Pugachev frightened her, not because he was powerful. She had faced and defeated powerful enemies, because he was right, not about being Peter III, but about the serfs, about the conditions under which they lived, about the legitimacy of the grievance that was driving hundreds of thousands of people to take up arms against the order she represented. She knew this. She could not say it. She sent more troops. The military campaign that finally suppressed the rebellion was commanded by Alexander Suvorov, one of the great generals of the century, a man whose military genius was matched by an eccentricity so complete that his contemporaries sometimes confused the two. He moved fast, which was his defining characteristic as a commander. Faster than anyone thought possible, covering distances that his logistics should not have permitted, arriving where he was not expected and engaging before the enemy had prepared. He caught Pugachev's main force in August 1774 and broke it. Pugachev fled. He was betrayed by his own Cossack officers who calculated that delivering him to the government was more valuable than continued resistance. He was captured, caged in an iron box, transported to Moscow. Catherine wanted to avoid a public execution that might make a martyr of him. She gave instructions that the spectacle should be managed, that he should be executed quickly, before the crowd had time to build the kind of emotional investment that public deaths could generate. He was beheaded in Moscow in January 1775, before a crowd of tens of thousands. The rebellion was over. What came after the rebellion is, in some ways, more significant than the rebellion itself. Catherine's response to the Pugachev uprising was not, as it might have been, the liberalization of the conditions that had produced it. It was, instead, a tightening, a consolidation of the noble power that the rebellion had threatened, a restriction of the serf rights that Pugachev had promised to expand, a reorganization of provincial government designed to make the state more capable of suppressing future rebellions rather than less likely to generate them. She gave the nobles more power over their serfs. She reorganized the provinces into smaller units that could be more easily controlled. She dissolved the Zaporozhian Sich, the great Cossack stronghold on the Dnieper, the institution that represented the Cossack tradition of independence and military self-governance, and incorporated its territory into the regular administrative structure of the empire. The Enlightenment Empress, faced with the practical consequences of the system her Enlightenment principles condemned, chose the system. She wrote about this in the private documents with a directness that her public pronouncements never matched. She wrote that the rebellion had shown her the depth of the problem and the impossibility of the solution, that freeing the serfs without destroying the noble support that maintained her reign was not possible, and that a destroyed reign helped no one. She wrote that Pugachev had made her understand something she had known intellectually but not felt viscerally. The distance between the Russia she governed and the Russia she wanted to govern, measured not in ideas but in the bodies of the people who had died on both sides of a rebellion that should never have been necessary. She did not free the serfs. She could not free the serfs. She carried the knowledge of this for the remaining 20 years of her reign, in the way that the Mughal emperor had carried the knowledge of what he had built and could not reach. Not a building in Catherine's case, but a principle, an idea of justice that she genuinely held and could not implement, that sat at the center of her reign like a room she could see but never enter. Pugachev's rebellion left marks on Catherine that her correspondence with Voltaire never reached. Voltaire died in 1778, 3 years after the rebellion's suppression, having praised Catherine's handling of it as proof of her imperial virtues. He had not understood what it had cost her, or perhaps he had not wanted to understand. The story of a philosopher queen was a better story than the story of an empress who had suppressed the largest peasant rebellion in history by making the lives of the peasants worse. Catherine accepted the praise. She wrote the appropriate letters of mourning when he died. She bought the library of his estate at Ferny and had it shipped to St. Petersburg, adding his books to the Hermitage's collection, with the gesture of a student paying final tribute to a teacher. She did not write, in any letter that survives, about the distance between what he had praised and what she knew. Some distances cannot be explained. They can only be carried. Wars and expansion. The Ottoman Wars, Russia and the Ottoman Empire had been fighting over the same ground for 2 centuries before Catherine came to the throne. The ground in question was the vast arc of territory stretching from the mouth of the Danube in the west to the eastern shores of the Black Sea, the steppes of Ukraine, the Crimean Peninsula, the northern Caucasus, the routes of the Mediterranean that Russia needed and the Ottoman Empire needed Russia not to have. 2 enormous powers, one expanding south and west, one defending north and east, meeting repeatedly in the same landscape with the same grievances and the same strategic objectives, neither strong enough to resolve the contest definitively, neither willing to abandon it. Catherine resolved it, not entirely. The contest between Russian and Ottoman power would continue for another century after her death, but she shifted it decisively, permanently, in Russia's favor. In two wars that together represent the most significant expansion of Russian territory in the 18th century, and that established Russia as the dominant power in the Black Sea region for the first time in its history. She did this not by being a military genius. She was not a military genius, had no particular instinct for battlefield tactics or operational command. She did it by being an exceptional strategic thinker, by choosing exceptional generals, and by understanding, better than most rulers of her century, that wars are won not in battles, but in the combination of military, diplomatic, economic, and logistical factors that determine which side can sustain the fight longest. The First Russo-Turkish War began in 1768 and ended in 1774. It began because the Ottoman Empire, alarmed by Russian expansion into Poland and by the increasingly assertive posture of Russian foreign policy under Catherine, declared war on Russia in October 1768. A declaration that Catherine, who had not finished preparing for the conflict, received with the focused attention of someone who had been expecting the war and had already begun thinking about how to win it. The early campaigns were difficult. Russia's southern armies were not prepared for the specific conditions of warfare in the Ukrainian steppe and the Danubian principalities. The heat, the disease, the logistical challenge of supplying large forces across enormous distances in terrain that did not cooperate. The death toll from illness exceeded the death toll from battle in the first years, as it always did in 18th century warfare. And Catherine managed this with the same focused pragmatism she brought to everything, accelerating the search for better commanders, reorganizing the supply lines, doing the patient, unglamorous work that military success actually requires before the battles that history remembers can be won. The commanders she found were extraordinary. Pyotr Rumyantsev won the Battle of Kargil in 1770, defeating an Ottoman army of perhaps 150,000 with a Russian force of 17,000, a victory so complete and so unexpected that it changed the strategic situation in the Balkans overnight. Rumyantsev had developed a tactical system that abandoned the traditional linear formations of 18th century European warfare in favor of mobile, flexible columns that could concentrate at points of Ottoman weakness and exploit them before the slower Ottoman command structure could respond. The same year, a Russian fleet sailed from the Baltic around Europe and into the Mediterranean, an audacious strategic move that Catherine had planned with Orlov and that the naval powers of Western Europe watched with a mixture of admiration and alarm. The fleet encountered the Ottoman navy at Chesme in the Aegean in July 1770. The Ottoman fleet was destroyed in a night action that lasted 5 hours. The news reached Catherine in St. Petersburg, and she wept, not with the private, overwhelmed weeping of the Crimean journey, but with the tears of a commander who has held her nerve through years of difficulty and seen the difficulty suddenly, decisively resolve in her favor. The Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca, signed in 1774, ended the First Russo-Turkish War on terms that would have seemed impossible when the war began. Russia gained territory on the Black Sea coast, the first Russian foothold on that sea, the first breach in the Ottoman monopoly on the waters that led to the Mediterranean. The Crimean Khanate, the Tatar state that had been an Ottoman client for 3 centuries, was declared independent, which everyone understood to be the first step toward Russian absorption. Russia gained the right to maintain a fleet on the Black Sea. Russia gained the right to intervene on behalf of Orthodox Christians within the Ottoman Empire, a provision whose vagueness was deliberate and whose implications would be enormous. Catherine was not satisfied. She had wanted more. The treaty was good, was, by the standards of what Russia had achieved in previous conflicts with the Ottomans, extraordinary. But she could see that it was a stage rather than a conclusion, a step toward the larger objective that she held in her mind with the steady focus of someone who thinks in decades rather than years. The larger objective was the Crimea. The annexation of the Crimea in 1783 was the most audacious single act of Catherine's reign. The Crimean Khanate, that peninsula jutting into the Black Sea, its geography giving whoever controlled it command of the sea lanes, its harbours capable of hosting a fleet, its strategic position making it the key to everything Catherine wanted to achieve in the south, had been nominally independent since 1774. In practice, it had been the site of a Russian-Ottoman proxy competition, each power backing different claimants to the Khanate's throne, each maneuvering for influence, neither willing to force a resolution. Catherine forced the resolution. She did it through Potemkin, who had been managing the southern territories with the vision and the energy of a man who understood that what he was building would last, who was thinking not about the next campaign but about the next century, about what Russia's presence in the south would mean for its position in the world. Potemkin negotiated, pressured, maneuvered, installed a cooperative Khan, and then, when the Khan had served his purpose, arranged for him to renounce his throne in favor of Russian sovereignty. The annexation was presented to the European powers as a fait accompli, not a conquest in the official language, but a willing accession. The Crimean people choosing the protection of the Russian Empire. The European powers were not entirely convinced. They were also not willing to go to war over it. Catherine issued a manifesto. The Crimea was Russian. She gave Potemkin a new title, His Serene Highness, Prince of Tauris, Tauris being the classical name for the Crimea. He had earned it. He had built Sevastopol on the Crimean coast, the naval base that made Russian power in the Black Sea permanent, had built it in 3 years from nothing, willing the city into existence with the same insistence that Peter the Great had willed St. Petersburg into existence at a similar human cost. Catherine visited Sevastopol in 1787 on the Great Crimean Journey and saw the fleet that Potemkin had built in the harbour below her. She wept. The Second Russo-Turkish War began the same year, 1787, when the Ottoman Empire declared war in response to the annexation of the Crimea. It was, in strategic terms, the Ottoman Empire attempting to undo what Catherine had done, to reverse the annexation, to reassert Ottoman dominance in the Black Sea, to demonstrate that the 1774 treaty had been a temporary setback rather than a permanent shift in the regional balance of power. It failed. Alexander Suvorov, who had suppressed the Pugachev Rebellion and was now the foremost military commander in Russia, fought the Ottoman forces in a series of engagements that demonstrated, repeatedly and conclusively, the transformation of the Russian army that Catherine's 30 years of reform and investment had produced. He took Ochakov. He took Izmail, the great Ottoman fortress on the Danube, considered impregnable, stormed in December 1790 in an assault that Suvorov executed with a ruthlessness that appalled even his own side, and a tactical brilliance that left the military historians of Europe struggling for adequate comparisons. The Treaty of Jassy in 1792 ended the Second Russo-Turkish War. Russia gained everything east of the Dniester. The Ottoman Empire acknowledged Russian sovereignty over the Crimea. The Black Sea coast from the Dniester to the Kuban was Russian, a continuous territory, settled and governed under Potemkin's direction, its new cities anchoring Russia's presence with the permanence of bricks and mortar and the populations that cities attract and generate. Russia was a Mediterranean power. Catherine had done what every Tsar since Peter the Great had attempted and failed to achieve, had broken Russia's landlocked isolation in the south, had given it access to the warm water routes that its geography had denied it, had established its presence on the seas that connected Europe to the rest of the world. The human cost was enormous, not just the battle deaths, though those were significant, tens of thousands on each side, across 2 wars spanning 2 decades. But the deaths from disease, which exceeded battle deaths by a ratio that would horrify modern military planners, the deaths of the civilians caught between advancing and retreating armies. The displacement of the Tatar population of the Crimea, who found their homeland absorbed into an empire that regarded their presence as a complication to be managed. Their mosques, converted or demolished, their customs tolerated in theory and undermined in practice. Catherine managed the human cost with the focused pragmatism of a ruler who has learned that wars have prices and that paying the prices is part of the work. She mourned the Russian dead in the appropriate ceremonial ways. She does not appear in the surviving correspondence to have spent much time mourning the Tatar dead. This is one of the places where the Enlightenment and the Empire are most nakedly incompatible, where the principles that Catherine professed required one response and the imperial project she was pursuing required another, and where the imperial project won without much apparent struggle. She was building Russia. She was building it on the bones of the people who had been in the way. The wars transformed Russia's relationship with the world, not just strategically, though the strategic transformation was real and lasting, but psychologically, in the self-understanding of Russia as a power. The country that Catherine had inherited was a significant European power, but an inward-facing one, defined more by its vast continental interior than by its connections to the wider world. The country she left behind was Mediterranean, was naval, was present in the strategic calculations of powers as far away as Britain and France and the Ottoman heartland, was a factor that anyone planning anything in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Black Sea had to account for. She had expanded Russia's sense of what it was. Peter the Great had opened the window to Europe. Catherine had walked through it and claimed the territory on the other side, the partitions of Poland. Poland was the largest country in Europe that could be made to disappear, at least on paper, and at least for a while. Not smaller, gone. Erased from the map entirely in 3 acts of collective geopolitical violence spanning 23 years by 3 neighboring powers who had decided, with the calm efficiency of people dividing an inheritance, that Poland's continued existence as an independent state was less convenient than its absorption into their respective territories. Russia took the largest share. Catherine authorized all 3 partitions. This is the part of Catherine's story that her admirers find most difficult and that her critics find most useful. The part that cannot be dressed in Enlightenment language, cannot be connected to the correspondence with Voltaire, cannot be accommodated within the narrative of a philosopher queen bringing rational governance to a benighted empire. The partitions of Poland were straightforward imperial aggression, the seizure of a weaker state's territory by stronger neighbors, conducted with diplomatic elegance and without moral justification. Catherine knew this. She did it anyway. Poland in the mid-18th century was in the specific condition of a state that has all the forms of sovereignty and almost none of its substance. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to give it its proper name, was constitutionally extraordinary and practically disastrous. Its parliament, the same, operated on the principle of liberum veto, by which any single member could dissolve the parliament and nullify all legislation passed in that session. The practical effect of this principle, which had seemed to its originators a protection of noble liberty, was that the Polish state could not make decisions, could not reform its military, could not raise taxes consistently, could not respond coherently to external threats, because any sufficiently motivated noble, bribed or threatened by a foreign power, could bring the machinery of government to a stop with a single word. The foreign powers had been exploiting this for decades. Catherine had been exploiting it since the beginning of her reign, installing her former lover Stanisław Poniatowski as King of Poland in 1764, a maneuver that gave Russia a friendly monarch on the Polish throne and the influence that came with that friendship. She had also been intervening in Polish religious politics, demanding rights for the Orthodox and Protestant minorities within Poland that the Catholic majority found objectionable, using the language of religious toleration, genuinely one of her Enlightenment commitments in other contexts, as a lever to maintain Polish instability and Russian influence. The instability she helped create became the justification for the first partition. The first partition of 1772 was, in its inception, Frederick the Great's idea. Frederick, who was 70 years old by this point, the most experienced ruler in Europe, and possessed of a cynicism about the relationship between power and principle that made Catherine's Enlightenment compromises look almost naive, proposed to Catherine and to the Habsburg Emperor Joseph II that the three powers simply divide the most troublesome portions of Poland among themselves. He framed it, with characteristic wit, as a contribution to European stability. Catherine was initially reluctant, not because she objected to the acquisition of territory. She did not object to the acquisition of territory, had been acquiring it consistently since the beginning of her reign, but because the precedent troubled her, the naked obviousness of three large states simply taking pieces of a smaller one, the difficulty of providing even a nominally principled justification for what was straightforwardly a theft. She expressed these reservations to Voltaire. He replied, with the specific flexibility that proximity to imperial power tended to produce in him, that the acquisition of new provinces was in itself a benefit to civilization if the acquiring power was sufficiently enlightened. Catherine proceeded, Russia took the eastern borderlands of Poland, Byelorussia, and parts of what is now Latvia and Lithuania, territories whose Orthodox and Uniate populations provided a nominally religious justification for Russian incorporation. Prussia took Polish Prussia, connecting its eastern and western territories for the first time. Austria took Galicia. Poniatowski, the man Catherine had put on the Polish throne, the man who had loved her genuinely and whom she had used with the focused instrumentalism she brought to her most important relationships, accepted the partition under duress. He had no alternative. He had no army that could resist and no ally that would help. He sent Catherine a letter. The letter has not survived, but her response to it has, and from the response it is possible to reconstruct something of its content. The appeal to their shared history, the reminder of what had been between them, the request for something better than what she was doing to his country. Her response was correct and cold and entirely what the situation required. Poland did not accept its diminishment quietly. The Constitution of the 3rd of May 1791, the first written constitution in the world after the American, the document that the Polish reformers pushed through the Sejm in a final desperate attempt to modernize the state and make it governable before it was too late, was, by the standards of the 18th century, a remarkable achievement. It abolished the liberum veto. It created an elected monarchy. It established a system of government that, had it been allowed to function, might have produced a Polish state capable of defending itself. Catherine read it. She described it as dangerous. Dangerous not because it was bad governance, which it was not, but because it was good governance, which was far worse. A reformed Poland was a Poland that might survive. A Poland that survived was a Poland that Russian influence could not control. A Poland that Russian influence could not control was a problem. She sent an army. The second partition of 1793 followed. Russia and Prussia dividing further Polish territory between them. The rump state left behind barely large enough to be called a country, its king a figurehead with no power and no territory worth governing. Poniatowski watched. The uprising came in 1794. Tadeusz Kościuszko, a Polish general who had fought in the American Revolutionary War, who had helped build the fortifications at West Point, who had returned to Poland carrying the specific fierce idealism of a man who had seen what a people fighting for genuine self-determination could achieve, led the insurrection with the full knowledge that it could not succeed and the conviction that it had to be attempted anyway. He issued the proclamation of Połaniec, which promised freedom and land to any serf who took up arms for Poland. Tens of thousands responded. The insurrection spread across what remained of the country, Warsaw, Krakow, the countryside, with the desperate energy of people who understand they are fighting for something that cannot be saved, but must be defended anyway. Suvorov suppressed it. He did it with the thoroughness he brought to everything. The assault on Praga, the suburb of Warsaw, in November 1794, was conducted with a violence that the European press reported with horror, and that Catherine, reading the reports in St. Petersburg, received without visible reaction. The city was taken, the insurrection collapsed, Kosciuszko was captured and imprisoned. Poniatowski abdicated in November 1795. He wrote Catherine a final letter. This one also has not survived. Her response to this one also has. It was brief, it was correct. It was the letter of a ruler closing an account. The third partition of 1795 divided what remained of Poland among Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Poland ceased to exist as a country. It would not exist again as an independent state until 1918, 123 years later, restored by the Treaty of Versailles after the First World War had destroyed the three empires that had consumed it. Catherine did not live to see this. She died in 1796, the year after the third partition, with the map of Europe rearranged to her satisfaction and the guilt of the rearrangement, if she felt it, unrecorded. Poniatowski outlived her. He lived until 1798 in St. Petersburg on a Russian pension in an apartment in the city his former lover had built into one of the most beautiful in the world, in the country whose empress had made him a king and then helped destroy the kingdom she had given him. He died in his sleep, peacefully, which is more than most of the people connected to Catherine's reign managed. He left behind paintings and books and the reputation of a man who had been genuinely good, a patron of the arts, a supporter of the reforms that had briefly seemed capable of saving Poland, a person who had loved Catherine with a completeness that she had used and never entirely deserved, and that he had, apparently, never entirely stopped feeling. He never blamed her in any document that survives. This is either the most forgiving thing about him or the saddest. The partitions of Poland sit in Catherine's legacy like a weight that nothing else entirely balances, not because territorial expansion was unusual for an 18th century ruler. It was not, was in fact, the primary measure of a reign's success in the political culture she inhabited, not because the other great powers of Europe conducted their foreign policy according to the principles she professed in her Enlightenment correspondence. They did not, and she knew they did not, and the knowledge that everyone was doing it did not make the doing of it right, but because she knew. She knew that Poland had people in it, that those people had built institutions and written constitutions and fought insurrections and died defending what she was taking. She knew that Poniatowski had loved her and that she had used that love as a tool and discarded it when the tool was no longer needed. She knew that the language of enlightenment and the practice of empire were incompatible, and she had chosen empire again as she had chosen it over the serfs, as she had chosen it over Pugachev's just grievance, as she had been choosing it since the first day of her reign, when she had understood that the choice was unavoidable, and had made it without pretending it was something other than what it was. The Enlightenment was the language she thought in. Empire was the language she governed in. The gap between them was the defining fact of her reign, not a hypocrisy, because she never pretended to others that the gap did not exist, only to herself, in the small hours of the St. Petersburg winter, at the desk with the cold coffee and the lamp burning, and the knowledge of what she had done and not done sitting with her in the quiet. She carried it. She kept going. That is the truest thing about her, the Hermitage and the life of the mind. There is a room in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg that contains, among other things, a Rembrandt painted in 1636, a Raphael painted in 1505, a Leonardo that may or may not be by Leonardo, and a Titian that was considered at the time of its acquisition the finest Titian in private hands anywhere in Europe. Catherine bought all of them, not personally. She did not attend the auctions, did not travel to the estates where the collections were assembled, did not handle the negotiations in person. She had agents, ambassadors, advisors whose knowledge of the European art market she trusted and whose judgment she supplemented with her own, which was considerable and which she had been developing, with the systematic appetite she brought to everything worth knowing since the first years of her reign. But the decisions were hers, the taste was hers, the vision of what she was building, not a collection, in the sense of an accumulation of valuable objects, but an institution, a repository of human achievement that would place Russia irrevocably within the tradition of a European civilization, was entirely, completely hers. The collection began, as most great collections begin, with an opportunity. Johann Ernst Gotskowski was a Berlin merchant who had assembled over many years and at considerable expense a collection of 225 paintings originally intended for Frederick the Great. Frederick had been willing to acquire the collection in more prosperous times. By 1764, with the 7 Years' War having depleted the Prussian treasury to the point where even Frederick's appetite for cultural acquisition had to be curtailed, he was no longer willing. Catherine was. She paid Gotskowski the full price he had expected from Frederick, plus interest on the delay. The paintings arrived in St. Petersburg in 1764, and Catherine, looking at them arranged in the new pavilion she had built beside the Winter Palace, understood immediately that she had not finished. She had started. The mechanism of acquisition that she built over the following decades was a masterpiece of imperial intelligence, gathering, applied to the art market. Her ambassadors throughout Europe were instructed to monitor the major collections, to know which families were in debt, which estates were being settled, which collections might come to market and on what terms. Reports arrived in St. Petersburg regularly, assessed by Catherine with the focused attention she brought to military dispatches and legislative drafts, filed and cross-referenced with the patience of a collector who understands that the best acquisitions require preparation rather than impulse. When the collection of Count Heinrich von Brühl, the Saxon First Minister whose collection was among the finest in Germany, came to market in 1769, Catherine moved immediately. 600 paintings, including works by Rembrandt, Rubens, and Van Dyck. She acquired them for a price that her advisors considered excessive, and that she considered entirely justified. When the collection of Pierre Crozat, assembled by the great French collector and considered among the finest private collections in Europe, was offered for sale in 1772, Catherine acquired it through her agent Diderot, who managed the negotiation with the focused enthusiasm of a man who understood that he was participating in something historically significant. The Crozats included Raphael's Holy Family, Giorgione's Judith, Titian's Danae. Diderot wrote to Catherine that he had acquired for her the most magnificent collection in the world. She wrote back that she was grateful, but that the space was getting rather full. She built more space. The Hermitage as a physical complex grew with the collection, not planned from the beginning as a museum, not designed as a public institution, but evolving organically from the private cabinet of a ruler who liked to eat dinner surrounded by paintings and who had, over 30 years of buying, accumulated so many paintings that the cabinet had become a palace, and the palace had become something that had no adequate name in the language of private ownership. The small Hermitage came first, the pavilion she had built in 1764 to house the Gotskowski collection, a building of elegant neoclassical restraint that stood in deliberate architectural conversation with the Baroque extravagance of the Winter Palace beside it. Then the old Hermitage, completed in 1787, its facade extending along the Neva embankment with the calm confidence of a building that knows it contains extraordinary things. Then the Hermitage Theatre, built by Quarenki in the same decade, where Catherine attended private performances that she preferred to the formal spectacles of the main theatre. The collection moved through these spaces, expanding and reorganizing as new acquisitions arrived and new rooms were fitted out to receive them. Catherine tracked it with the attention of someone who knows the contents of her library, not just as a list, but as a living arrangement, where things are, how they relate to each other, what a particular Rembrandt says when hung beside a particular Rubens in a particular quality of northern light. She visited the collection regularly, alone or with a small group of intimates she allowed into the private spaces of the Hermitage, not for ceremonial display, but for the specific private pleasure of being in the presence of things she loved. The objects were not only paintings, sculpture, ancient and modern, Greek and Roman marbles, acquired from the Italian market, contemporary works commissioned from the European sculptors she admired, decorative arts, the Sèvres porcelain service that took 3 years to make and that she used at state dinners, each piece decorated with scenes from natural history that reflected her interest in the sciences, gems and cameos. Her collection of engraved gems became, in her own assessment, one of her primary passions, a collection she called her cameo disease, a term she used with the rueful affection of a collector who knows they have been captured by something and finds the capture, on balance, entirely worth it. Coins and medals, books, the libraries she acquired included Voltaire's at Ferney and Diderot's in Paris, both of them entire intellectual worlds in portable form. The accumulated reading of 2 of the greatest minds of the century, transported to St. Petersburg and added to the Imperial Library that was itself a monument to Catherine's lifetime of systematic reading. The total, at her death, was approximately 3 million objects. 3 million. The number is not meaningful as a number. It becomes meaningful only when you understand that each object was chosen, that behind each object was a decision, that behind each decision was a mind that had been thinking about what it was building since 1764 and had never stopped. The life of the mind that surrounded the collection was as important to Catherine as the collection itself. She had built, over the 34 years of her reign, the most sophisticated intellectual court in Europe, not the most fashionable. That was Versailles, where the performance of culture was more advanced than its practice. Not the most ancient. That was Vienna, where the Habsburg tradition of patronage went back centuries, but the most actively engaged, the most genuinely curious, the court where the Empress herself was the most intellectually capable person in the room, and knew it and used it. The Russian Academy of Sciences, founded by Peter the Great and largely neglected by his successors, was refunded, reorganized, and given a mandate and resources that transformed it into a genuine center of scientific research. Catherine corresponded with its members, attended its presentations, funded specific projects that interested her, and used the Academy's work as a source of practical knowledge for the administrative and agricultural reforms she was pursuing. The Russian Academy, a separate institution, focused on the Russian language and literature, was founded by Catherine in 1783, under the direction of Princess Dashkova, one of the remarkable women of Catherine's court, and the only person who could claim to have played a significant role in both the coup that brought Catherine to power and the cultural institutions she built during her reign. The Academy produced the first comprehensive dictionary of the Russian language, a project of enormous practical and symbolic importance, establishing Russian as a language of culture and scholarship rather than merely of everyday use. The Free Economic Society, founded in 1765, one of the first learned societies in Russia, received Catherine's support and her submissions, including several essays she published under a pseudonym, because an empress publishing in a learned society's journal required the specific deniability that a pseudonym provided while maintaining the specific pleasure of participating in the intellectual life she valued most. She was always writing. She wrote plays, comedies mostly, some of them surprisingly funny, performed at the Hermitage theatre for the private audience that was the only audience she felt entirely comfortable with. She wrote fairy tales for her grandchildren. She wrote the Neckars and the memoirs and the letters to Voltaire and Diderot and Frederick and Joseph II and Grimm and Potemkin and the dozens of other correspondents who formed the intellectual network of her reign. She wrote, in her final years, a study of Russian history, a project she had been planning for decades and that remained unfinished at her death, like so many of the largest things she had intended to do. The Smolny Institute was perhaps the most practically significant cultural institution she built. Founded in 1764, it was the first institution in Russia and one of the first in Europe dedicated to the formal education of women. Noble girls were admitted at the age of 6 and educated for 12 years in a curriculum that included languages, mathematics, history, literature, the arts, and the practical skills of household management and social conduct that the 18th century considered essential components of female education. Catherine's attitude toward female education was, like most of her attitudes, a mixture of genuine conviction and practical calculation. She believed genuinely that educated women were better wives, better mothers, better participants in the social and cultural life of the empire. She also understood, with the political intelligence that never entirely left even her most idealistic impulses, that an educated female nobility was a more stable and more sophisticated social foundation for the kind of empire she was trying to build. The Smolny produced, over the decades of its existence, generations of educated Russian women who became the carriers of the cultural ambitions Catherine had for her country, who read the books, attended the theatre, corresponded with the European intellectual world, and created, in the domestic spaces of Russian noble life, the environment in which Russian intellectual culture could develop. It was not the liberation of women. Catherine did not believe in the liberation of women in the sense that the 19th century would come to understand that phrase. It was the education of women, which is not the same thing, but is, in the specific conditions of the 18th century, a great deal better than nothing. The things she built outlasted everything else. The territories she conquered were disputed, diminished, occasionally lost. The legislative reforms she implemented were modified, reversed, transformed by her successors according to their own priorities. The diplomatic alignment she constructed dissolved with the deaths of the rulers she had aligned with. The wars she fought receded into history. The Hermitage is still there. 3 million objects accumulated by a minor German princess who arrived in Russia at 14 speaking no Russian, and who spent the next 50 years making Russia the country she had decided it was going to be, making it a country with a museum worth visiting, a language worth studying, an intellectual tradition worth inheriting. She built it for herself because she needed it. She left it to the world because that is what you do with the things you build. You make them larger than yourself, larger than your reign, larger than the specific moment of your own ambition. And you hope that what you made will mean something to people who never knew you in a future you cannot see. The Hermitage opens its doors every morning at 10 o'clock. The Rembrandt is still there. So is the Raphael. So is the Titian that was considered, at the time of its acquisition, the finest Titian in private hands anywhere in Europe. Catherine would have been pleased, the later lovers. And what they cost her. After Potemkin, the lovers were younger, considerably younger in most cases. Men in their 20s and 30s when Catherine was in her 50s and 60s, chosen through a process that became, over the years, increasingly systematized in the way that the court systematized everything that happened regularly enough to require a protocol. The protocol was this. A candidate was identified, usually by Potemkin himself, in the years when he was still alive and still functioning as the co-governor of Catherine's inner life, as well as her southern empire. The candidate was assessed for suitability, appearance, intelligence, political reliability, the absence of any faction that might use the position to advance interests incompatible with Catherine's. The candidate was presented. If Catherine found him satisfactory, he was installed in the apartments adjacent to her own, provided with a salary and the specific expensive gifts that marked the position, and introduced to the routines of a court that had learned, over decades, to accommodate the institution without commenting on it in Catherine's presence. The institution was not unique to Catherine. Louis XIV had had his maîtresses en titre. Frederick the Great had his male favorites. Every major European court had its version of the arrangement by which the ruler's personal life was organized alongside rather than within the official life of the state. the private needs met by designated individuals whose relationship to power was intimate but informal and whose influence was managed accordingly. What was unique to Catherine was the gender of it. A woman ruler choosing male favorites in the way that male rulers chose female ones, and the use this was put to by the people who wished to diminish her. The number 12 is the one that history has settled on. 12 significant favorites across 34 years of reign, beginning with Sergei Saltykov in the early 1750s, before the coup, and ending with Platon Zubov, the last favorite, who was 22 years old when the relationship began, and who Catherine was still with when she died. 12 is not, by the standards of her male contemporaries, a remarkable number. Louis XIV's mistresses exceeded it. The Ottoman sultans maintained harems that numbered in the hundreds. Peter the Great's appetites, by the accounts that survive, were indiscriminate in a way that made Catherine's carefully managed sequence of chosen companions look almost puritanical in comparison. None of this was how it was discussed. The discourse around Catherine's sexuality was one of the more sustained acts of historical misogyny of the modern era, and it began before she was dead. The structure of the attack was simple and effective. It took the fact of her lovers, which was not a secret, was not particularly unusual by the standards of her time, was, in most cases, connected to the exercise of power in ways that were entirely intelligible if you understood how courts worked and stripped it of all context, all comparison, all the political and personal logic that made it comprehensible, leaving only the bare fact of a woman who had many sexual partners. This bare fact was then interpreted through the lens of the specific misogyny of the 18th century, which held that female sexual appetite was both evidence of moral corruption and inherently comic, and was given the most lurid possible elaborations. The horse story being the extreme form of a continuum that ran from the lurid to the merely condescending. The effect was to replace the actual Catherine, the extraordinary ruler, the collector, the correspondent, the military strategist, the builder of cities and institutions, with the caricature whose defining characteristic was sexual appetite, and to locate all discussion of her reign in the context of that caricature. It worked. It still works, a little, in the way that effective propaganda always works, a little even after it has been identified as propaganda. The later favorites were, with some exceptions, not the intellectual and political equals that Potemkin had been. This was partly the arithmetic of age. As Catherine moved into her 50s and 60s, the men available to her who were of comparable standing were mostly dead or elderly or committed elsewhere, and the young men who were attracted to the position were attracted to it for reasons that were not primarily intellectual. It was partly the specific effect of Potemkin, who had been so comprehensively her equal that anyone who came after him was defined, to some degree, by the comparison. Alexander Lanskoy was the exception. He was Catherine's favorite from 1780 to 1784, and he was, by the accounts of the people who knew him, genuinely exceptional. Not in the way of Potemkin, not a strategic genius or a co-governor, but in the quieter way of someone whose company was intrinsically valuable, whose intellectual curiosity was real, whose affection for Catherine appears to have been uncomplicated by calculation in the way that affection at court was rarely uncomplicated by calculation. He collected books with her. He studied history. He wrote her letters that were about ideas rather than positions. And she wrote him letters in return that have a quality of ease in them that is rare in her correspondence. The ease of someone who is not managing the relationship but simply, for once, being in it. He died in 1784 at the age of 26 of diphtheria in the space of a few days. Catherine was with him when he died and was, by the accounts of the people who saw her in the weeks afterward, devastated in a way that recalled the devastation of Potemkin's death 7 years later. The specific grief of someone who has been given, briefly, the thing they most needed and had it taken. She wrote to Grimm that she had been plunged into the most acute grief she had ever known, that she had lost a friend in the truest sense of the word. She did not leave her apartments for weeks. She recovered. She continued. Platon Zubov was the last. He was 22 when the relationship began, in 1789. Catherine was 60, a difference of 38 years that the court noted and found, depending on the observer, either touching or alarming. He was handsome in the conventional way, charming in the superficial way, possessed of a political ambition that was obvious to everyone except, apparently, Catherine, who seems to have found in his youth and his uncomplicated attention something that the years of managing everything and everyone had left her genuinely hungry for. He was not Potemkin. He was not Lanskoy. He was not, by any honest assessment, Catherine's equal in any dimension that Catherine had previously valued in her companions. He had influence, because the favorite always had influence, and he used it in ways that Catherine's more experienced advisers found alarming. Interfering in the military, in foreign policy, in the management of the southern territories that Potemkin had built, and that now, without Potemkin, required exactly the kind of careful stewardship that Zubov was constitutionally incapable of providing. Catherine was 65, then 66, then 67. She was aging in the specific way of someone who has spent 34 years governing an empire at full pace, the body presenting its accounting, the energy not gone but changed, the morning coffee still made by her own hands, but the hours after it not quite as long as they had been. She trusted Zubov more than he deserved to be trusted. This was not senility. She was not diminished, not in any of the ways that the court gossiped about, not in any way that affected her governance of the empire, which remained to the end entirely competent. It was something simpler and more human. She was old. She was tired in the way of someone who has been strong for a very long time and needs, occasionally, to not be strong for a little while. Zubov offered her that, offered her the specific comfort of being with someone who did not require managing and did not require impressing and did not bring to every meeting the full weight of the empire's business. He also brought to every meeting his own ambitions, which he chose in those final years not to fully examine. What the lovers cost her was reputation, not in the immediate sense, not among the people who knew her and the court that served her, who understood the institution of the favorite and managed it accordingly, but in the historical sense, in the long accounting that begins after death and continues indefinitely, shaped by the people who write the history and the purposes they bring to it. The lovers gave the people who wished to diminish Catherine the material they needed, not because the relationships were exceptional by the standards of her time, but because they were the most visible and most easily sensationalized aspect of a life that was otherwise too complex and too powerful to be easily contained in the kind of story that sensationalizes well. It is easier to remember the horse than to remember the Hermitage. It is easier to count the lovers than to assess the nakaz. It is easier to laugh at a woman's sexuality than to reckon with her governance of the largest country on earth. Catherine understood this. She had understood it since the moment she arrived in Russia and began the process of managing how she was seen, what she revealed and what she withheld, who she was in public and who she was in private. She understood that the lovers would be used against her, and she had them anyway, because she was human, because she was lonely, because the specific quality of attention that a chosen companion offered was something that 30 million subjects and the greatest museum in Europe and the complete works of Voltaire could not provide. She needed to be known by someone. She needed someone to know her back, the son she never had. She lost him before she ever had him. Paul was taken from her on the day of his birth, removed from the room where she had delivered him, carried away by Empress Elizabeth's attendants to the imperial apartments where Elizabeth had decided he would be raised, leaving Catherine alone in the bed in the specific silence of a woman who has just given birth and has nothing to show for it. She was 25 years old. She was not permitted to see him for weeks. When she was finally allowed a visit, a formal, supervised visit, conducted in the presence of Elizabeth's attendants, timed and managed like a diplomatic exchange between parties who do not entirely trust each other. She found a child who was already, at 6 weeks old, organized around the needs of the woman who had taken him rather than the woman who had borne him. This was the beginning of something that could not be repaired. Paul Petrovich grew up in the specific psychological atmosphere of a child who has been given everything and the one thing that mattered. He had tutors of the highest quality. He had apartments in the palace. He had status, was the Grand Duke, the heir, the person around whose eventual succession the entire political life of the empire organized itself. He had, in Elizabeth's focused attention, something that resembled maternal devotion. If maternal devotion could be performed by a woman who was simultaneously managing an empire and treating the child as an extension of her own dynastic project, he did not have Catherine. This is not entirely Catherine's fault. Elizabeth had taken Paul, had managed the access, had structured the relationship in a way designed to minimize Catherine's influence and maximize the court's. Catherine had not been able to resist this without risking everything else, and she had made, as she always made, the calculation that the political survival was the prerequisite for everything else, including the eventual possibility of a real relationship with her son. The calculation was correct. The cost was Paul. He was a difficult child in the way that children are difficult when the world they inhabit makes no consistent emotional sense. He was told that he was important, the future emperor, the heir to the largest empire on earth, the person on whose eventual reign the future of Russia depended. He was also told by the arrangement of things that his actual parents were irrelevant. His father an embarrassing incompetent, his mother a German usurper who had taken a throne that should have been his. He believed both of these things simultaneously, which is to say he grew up in the specific confusion of someone who has been given an enormous identity and no reliable foundation on which to stand while carrying it. Elizabeth died when he was 7. Peter III became emperor for 6 months and was deposed and died. Catherine became empress. And Paul, at 8 years old, was the son of the woman who had just taken his father's throne, possibly murdered his father, certainly benefited from his death, certainly never been the mother he had needed, and had not, in any meaningful sense, tried to become. He did not forgive her. He did not forgive her when he was 8 or 18 or 38 or 50, which was the age at which he finally inherited the throne she had kept from him for 34 years and began immediately, systematically, to dismantle everything she had built. Catherine tried. This is important to say, because the narrative of their relationship can too easily become a story in which Catherine is purely the cause of the damage and Paul purely its victim. And that narrative, while not entirely false, is not entirely true. She tried to establish a real relationship with him. She wrote to him in his childhood letters that are, unusually for Catherine, not managed, not composed with the political awareness she brought to her other correspondence, but simply the letters of a mother trying to reach a child she barely knows. She tried to be present at the formal occasions that their positions permitted them to share. She tried, in the early years of her reign, to include him in some version of the governance that was preparing him for the role he would eventually assume. He rejected these attempts with the comprehensive thoroughness of someone who has decided that acceptance is too dangerous, that the person offering a hand might at any moment use it to push rather than pull, that the only safe response to a mother who has proven capable of what his mother had proven capable of is permanent, total, irreconcilable withdrawal. He constructed, as he grew, a version of his father that bore very little resemblance to the historical Peter III, a noble, wronged ruler, a man of principle destroyed by a scheming woman. This version served his psychological needs precisely because it was so far from the truth that maintaining it required the active suppression of everything that contradicted it, which is to say, it required that he not look too closely at anything, which is the most reliable protection available against the specific discomfort of a reality you cannot bear to examine. Catherine watched this construction process with the specific anguish of someone who knows exactly what is being built and cannot stop it. The practical dimensions of their relationship were as difficult as the emotional ones. Paul believed, correctly, that he had a stronger dynastic claim to the throne than Catherine. She had ruled as regent for 34 years. He was the legitimate heir. The question of when she would step aside and when he would assume the power that was formally, constitutionally, morally his had been the structuring question of his adult life. And Catherine's answer to it was always some version of later. Later, when he was ready, when the political situation was stable, when the time was right. The time was never right. This was not entirely disingenuous. Paul's fitness to rule was, by the assessment of everyone who dealt with him regularly, his tutors, his advisors, the foreign ambassadors who reported on him to their home governments, genuinely uncertain. He had his father's erratic quality, his father's capacity for enthusiasms that became obsessions, and obsessions that became cruelties. He had developed, as he aged, the specific psychological condition of someone who has been waiting for power for so long that the waiting has warped the personality, a combination of grandiosity and persecution anxiety that the court found alarming and that Catherine found privately familiar in the worst possible way. She had seen what happened when an unfit emperor occupied the Russian throne. She had spent 6 months watching it happen, and then spent the rest of her life governing the empire he had nearly destroyed. She was not willing to do it again. She began, in the final decade of her reign, to consider seriously whether Paul should succeed her at all. Alexander was Paul's eldest son, Catherine's grandson born in 1777. raised with the specific focused attention that Catherine had not been able to give Paul, and that she now directed with the intensity of someone making a second attempt at something that had gone badly the first time, at the child who might be Russia's best hope. She supervised his education personally. She wrote educational texts for him. She spent more time with Alexander in his childhood than she had spent with Paul in his, for the simple reason that she was now Empress and could arrange her time as she chose, rather than Grand Duchess and could not. Alexander was, by every account, a remarkable child, charming, intelligent, possessed of the social ease that Paul completely lacked, capable of moving between the world of his mother's court and the world of his grandmother's without apparent difficulty, presenting a different face to each and causing neither to find the other face alarming. This flexibility was either his greatest gift or a sign of something shallower than the surface suggested. History's assessment of Alexander I has oscillated between these possibilities for 2 centuries without entirely resolving the question. Catherine thought he was remarkable. She may have been right. She may have been doing what grandmothers do, which is seeing the child rather than the person the child will become. She considered, in the final years of her reign, bypassing Paul entirely and naming Alexander as her successor. She did not act on this consideration. The reasons are not entirely clear from the surviving documents. Possibly she was unwilling to do to Paul what Elizabeth had done to her. Remove the succession from the person who had been expecting it and replace it with someone of her own choosing. Possibly she calculated that the act of bypassing Paul would be so politically destabilizing that it would do more harm than handing the throne to an erratic emperor. Possibly she simply ran out of time. She was working on the document, some historians believe, when the stroke took her. The stroke came on the morning of the 5th of November 1796. She had risen at her usual time, made her coffee, worked. At some point in the mid-morning, she went to her dressing room and did not come out. Her attendants found her on the floor, unconscious, having collapsed without any apparent warning. She was carried to her bedroom and laid on a mattress on the floor. The bed was considered too confining for someone in her condition. She never regained consciousness. She died the following evening, the 6th of November 1796, at approximately 9:45 in the night. Paul was summoned. He came from Gatchina, his estate outside St. Petersburg, where he had been living for years in a kind of parallel court, surrounding himself with the military rituals he loved, the Prussian-style drill, and the precise ceremonial that gave him the sense of order that the actual world consistently denied him. He arrived at the Winter Palace, walked through the apartments that had been his mother's for 34 years, past the desk and the papers and the cold coffee and the lamp that had burned through so many St. Petersburg winters, and he sat beside her, and he watched her die. What he felt in that room. Whether he felt grief, whether he felt relief, whether he felt the specific complicated emotion of someone who has hated a person for decades and now finds that the person is gone and the hatred has nowhere to go. The sources do not record. He became Emperor Paul I of Russia the following morning. He immediately reversed most of his mother's policies. He reburied Peter III with full imperial honors. He forced Alexei Orlov, the man believed to have killed Peter III, to walk in the funeral procession carrying the imperial crown. He reigned for 4 years before his own officers murdered him in his bedroom in 1801, wrapping him in a military cloak and suffocating him on the floor of the Mikhailovsky castle. He had always been afraid of this. He had been afraid of it his whole life, the specific fear of someone who has grown up knowing that the throne is not a safe place, that the people around you are capable of removing you, that the most powerful position in the world is also in Russia, one of the most precarious. He was not wrong to be afraid. He was simply unable to use the fear productively, the way Catherine had used it, as information, as motivation, as the cold, clear awareness that survival required constant attention and constant management, and the specific discipline of someone who understands that the world does not automatically accommodate your existence, and that making it do so is the work of every day. Paul never learned this. Catherine had known it since she was 14. She had tried to teach him. The lessons had not taken. This was the grief she carried about Paul, not the hatred he felt for her, which she understood and had long since accepted as the cost of the choices she had made, but the failure of the teaching, the specific anguish of a person who has the knowledge and cannot transfer it, who can see what someone needs and cannot make them able to receive it, who has built something extraordinary and cannot give it to the person she built it for. She gave it to Russia instead. That is not a consolation, but it is something. Death and legacy. She had been working the night before. This is the detail that matters most about the end, not the manner of the death, which was ordinary, a stroke. The body's accounting finally presented in a form that could not be deferred. But the working, the papers on the desk, the coffee made by her own hands, drunk or left cold, it does not matter which. The lamp burning against the November dark of a St. Petersburg evening, the frozen river outside the tall windows, the empire sleeping around her in all its 30 million complicated lives. She had been working. She had always been working. She died as she had lived, in motion, in the middle of something, not finished, never finished, because the kind of person she was does not finish, does not reach the end of the work and set it down and say that is done. The work was always the same work. Russia, always Russia, always the next problem and the next decision and the next letter and the next dispatch from the field, and the next acquisition for the collection, and the next conversation with the next person whose judgment she needed. It was not finished when the stroke came. It was never going to be finished. Paul arrived at the Winter Palace and walked through the apartments and sat beside the unconscious woman on the mattress on the floor and waited. The court waited with him, or around him, at the careful distance that the court always maintained from the center of power, close enough to be present and far enough to be safe. The specific geometry of people who understand that the person beside them is about to become the most important person in Russia and are managing their own positioning accordingly. Catherine died at 9:45 in the evening of the 6th of November 1796. The announcement was made. The court responded. The machinery of succession engaged. The machinery she had built, the institutions she had created, the administrative structures that had been running the empire with the competent efficiency of systems designed by someone who understood that empires needed to function in the absence of the person who designed them. They functioned. Paul's first acts as emperor were systematic and deliberate. He reversed her decrees on noble service, reimposing the obligations she had removed. He reversed her military organization, replacing the system she had built with the Prussian model he had been drilling at Gatchina for decades. He reversed her foreign policy alignments, abandoning the positions she had held with France, reconfiguring the alliances that her diplomatic intelligence had constructed. He exhumed Peter III and reburied him in the Peter and Paul Cathedral beside the Tsars of Russia with full imperial honors. He placed the crown on the coffin himself. He made Alexei Orlov, old now, in his 60s, the man who had been with Peter at Ropsha, walk in the funeral procession carrying the imperial crown. The public humiliation of a man who could not refuse and could not prevent his humiliation from being understood by everyone present as a statement about what Paul believed had happened in that room in 1762. He moved Catherine's body to lie beside Peter's. The woman who had taken his throne lying for eternity beside the man she had taken it from, reunited in death in the way they had not been reunited in life. The irony of the arrangement apparent to everyone and commented on by no one. He reigned for 4 years. His officers killed him in his bedroom in the Mikhailovsky castle on the night of the 23rd of March 1801. Alexander succeeded him. The legacy that Catherine left behind was complicated in the way that all significant legacies are complicated, too large to summarize, too contradictory to resolve, too human to reduce to either the hagiographic or the condemnatory version that different periods of history have preferred. The territory, Russia, when Catherine came to the throne, was a significant European power with unresolved borders, an incomplete presence on the major seas, and a strategic position that made it powerful in the continental interior and peripheral everywhere else. Russia, when she died, was the largest country on earth, had been the largest country on earth for some time, but was now also a Mediterranean power, a Black Sea power, a presence that had to be factored into the calculations of every major power in Europe, and that had the military capability to back the factoring. She added, in 34 years, roughly 200,000 square miles of territory, more than the area of France, the Black Sea coast, the Crimea, the right bank of the Dnieper, significant portions of what is now Belarus and Lithuania, and Latvia. Not all of this acquisition was clean, and not all of it was just. And the people who lived in the acquired territories did not all experience the acquisition as a benefit. But it was real, and it was lasting, and it was the work of a strategic intelligence that understood the relationship between geography and power with unusual clarity. The institutions, the Hermitage, the Russian Academy, the Free Economic Society, the Smolny Institute, the provincial reform that reorganized Russia's administrative structure into a system capable of actually governing a country of its size, the legal reforms that, incomplete as they were, moved Russian jurisprudence toward the rational principles of the Enlightenment rather than away from them. The educational institutions at every level, from the primary schools she founded in provincial towns to the university she expanded in Moscow. These things outlasted everything else. The territories changed. The alliances dissolved. The legislative acts were modified or reversed. The buildings she built were damaged and restored, and damaged again across the centuries. But the institutions, or what grew from the institutions, the idea that Russia was a country that valued knowledge and collected art and educated its children and produced science and wrote literature, this persisted. It became the foundation on which the extraordinary Russian cultural flowering of the 19th century was built. The century that produced Pushkin and Tolstoy and Dostoevsky and Tchaikovsky and all the other names that made Russian culture one of the defining achievements of the modern world. Catherine did not produce those names, but she created the environment in which they were possible. The cost, the serfs. This is the cost that does not go away. The weight that no amount of Hermitage paintings or legislative commissions or Enlightenment correspondence can balance. The 30 million people who lived in conditions that Catherine herself described as contrary to Christian principles and natural law, whose lives were made worse rather than better by her decision to consolidate noble power after the Pugachev Rebellion, who remained in bondage for another 67 years after her death, until Alexander II finally abolished serfdom in 1861. Catherine knew this was the cost. She said so, privately, repeatedly, with the honest clarity of someone who has decided to live with a wrong rather than correct it, because correcting it would destroy the system that made everything else possible. She was not wrong about the system. The system was real. The dependency on noble support was real. The political impossibility of abolishing serfdom without destroying the foundation of her reign was real. She was not right about the cost. The cost was also real. The 30 million lives, the 67 years of additional bondage, the Pugachev Rebellion, and the violence that suppressed it, and the violence that produced it. All of this was real, and all of it was, at least partially, hers. She carried it. There is a portrait of Catherine that hangs in the Hermitage, painted by Vigilius Ericsson in the 1760s. Early in her reign, she is on horseback. The horse is grey, large, slightly restive. It wants to move and is being held, not roughly but firmly, by the rider who sits on its back with the specific ease of someone who has spent years in the saddle and has long since made her peace with the animal's energy. She is in the uniform of the Preobrazhensky Guards Regiment, the uniform she wore on the morning of the coup, the uniform that was both costume and statement. The woman in the uniform saying to the world that the military and she were one thing. Her face is turned slightly toward the viewer. It is not a beautiful face by the conventional standards of its time, but it is an extraordinary face. The intelligence in it unmistakable, the authority in it unmistakable, the quality of someone who has looked at the world with total attention for a very long time and found it, on balance, worth the looking. She is 33 years old in the portrait. She has just taken the throne. Everything is ahead of her. The wars, the lovers, the Hermitage, the Nakaz, Potemkin, the Pugachev Rebellion, the partitions of Poland, the 34 years of governing the largest country on earth, with the combination of genius and ruthlessness and genuine philosophical conviction and pragmatic compromise that would make her simultaneously one of the most remarkable rulers in European history and one of the most complicated. She does not look like someone who knows all of this. She looks like someone who is ready for it. What she built, let us take stock. Not the ceremonial accounting of official history, not the list of battles won and territories acquired and decrees issued and institutions founded, the kind of accounting that measures a reign in its visible outputs and calls the measurement complete. The other kind. The accounting that asks not what she did but what she left. What is still here? What persisted? What changed the shape of the world in ways that the world still inhabits? She left a country that knew it was part of Europe. This sounds simple. It was not simple. Russia's relationship with European civilization had been contested, anxious, defensive for centuries. A country that was geographically adjacent to Europe, culturally influenced by Europe, politically engaged with Europe, but that had never entirely convinced itself or the rest of Europe that it belonged. Peter the Great had made the argument by force, had opened the window to the west, had built a European city on a northern swamp, had sent young Russians to study in Holland and England and Germany, and brought what they learned back to a country that was not entirely sure it wanted it. Catherine made the argument by inhabitation. She did not force Russia into European civilization. She lived in it, embodied it, made it the natural condition of the court and the culture that surrounded the court, and the expanding circle of institutions that spread from the court outward into the provinces. She corresponded with Voltaire not because it was politically useful, though it was, but because Voltaire was one of the most interesting people of the century, and she was one of the most interesting people of the century, and the correspondence was the natural consequence of that. She built the Hermitage not to demonstrate Russia's wealth, though it demonstrated Russia's wealth, but because she genuinely loved what she was collecting, because the Rembrandt and the Raphael and the Titian were genuinely necessary to her, because a world without access to those objects was a poorer world, and she was in a position to make the world richer, and she made it richer. The result was a Russia that had, by the end of her reign, a cultural confidence it had not possessed at its beginning, a sense of itself as a country that produced and valued and collected the things that mattered, that was not merely powerful in the military and territorial sense, but significant in the human sense. This is not a small thing. She left a language, the Russian Academy that she founded in 1783, produced over the following decades the first comprehensive dictionary of the Russian language. 6 volumes published between 1789 and 1794, assembling for the first time the full scope of a language that had been developing for centuries without anyone having bothered to catalogue it. The dictionary sounds technical. It was not merely technical, it was an act of cultural self-assertion, a statement that Russian was a language worth taking seriously, a language capable of containing the full range of human thought and experience, a language that deserved the same scholarly attention that had been given to Latin and French and Greek, and that had not, until Catherine's Academy, been given to Russian. The generation of writers who came after Catherine, Pushkin and his contemporaries, the people who made Russian literature one of the defining achievements of the 19th century, wrote in a language that the Academy had helped to stabilize and define. They were not writing in Catherine's language exactly, but they were writing in a language whose legitimacy Catherine had helped to establish, and the establishment of that legitimacy was the precondition for everything they did with it. She left a model, not a model for how to govern. The specific circumstances of her reign were too particular to be reproduced. The specific combination of personality and historical moment too rare to be a template, but a model for something else, for the possibility of a woman at the center of power, exercising power completely, without apology, without the performance of femininity that the 18th century required of women who wanted to be taken seriously. She was not a feminist, in any sense the word would later carry. She did not argue for women's rights in the political sense. She did not build institutions designed specifically to advance women's participation in public life beyond the Smolny Institute's contribution to female education. She did not challenge the fundamental structures that confined women to the domestic and the decorative. She simply governed. She governed as though the question of whether a woman could govern at this level had already been answered, as though the answer was obvious, as though anyone who thought otherwise was simply not paying attention to the evidence in front of them. She did not argue the case. She demonstrated it for 34 years in the most comprehensive and conclusive demonstration available, by being unmistakably and irrefutably great. Frederick the Great called her great while she was still alive. Not great for a woman. Great. The word stood. It still stands. She left the south, the Black Sea coast, the Crimea, Novorossiya, the new Russia that Potemkin built on the territories she had won. These are, in the history of Russia's relationship with the world, some of the most consequential pieces of territory in the modern story. Sevastopol, which Potemkin built on the Crimean coast as Russia's Black Sea naval base, has been fought over 3 times in the last 2 centuries. In the Crimean War of the 1850s, in the Second World War, and in the events of the 21st century that the world is still reckoning with. The question of who controls Crimea, who controls the Black Sea, who controls the routes that connect Russia to the Mediterranean. These are questions that Catherine's wars opened and that the world has been trying to answer ever since. She did not resolve these questions. She made them unavoidable. She left the tension between Enlightenment principle and imperial practice, the gap between what she believed and what she did, between the Russia she wanted to govern and the Russia she actually governed, between the philosopher queen of the European imagination and the absolute monarch of the Russian reality. This tension did not end with her. It became one of the defining characteristics of Russian intellectual and political life in the century after her death. The question of Russia's relationship to the West, to European liberalism, to the Enlightenment values that Catherine had imported and then failed to fully implement. This question haunted the 19th century, produced the great debates between the Westernizers and the Slavophiles, generated the intellectual ferment from which Tolstoy and Dostoevsky emerged, contributed to the revolutionary pressure that would eventually, in 1917, produce the catastrophic resolution of a tension that had been building since Peter the Great opened the window and Catherine tried to climb through it. She did not resolve the tension. She bequeathed it. That is not a failure. Tensions that are genuinely important cannot be resolved. They can only be inherited and passed on, and inherited again. And the quality of a civilization is partly measured by the quality of the tensions it is capable of sustaining without tearing itself apart. Russia sustained Catherine's tension, imperfectly and at enormous cost, for a long time. She left the Hermitage. This keeps coming back because it is the thing that most completely and most honestly represents what she was. Not the wars, not the politics, not the lovers, not the Enlightenment correspondence, not the serf question, not any of the things that her historians argue about. The Hermitage. 3 million objects, assembled by a woman who arrived in Russia speaking no Russian and who spent the next 50 years making Russia a country that had a hermitage, that had a place where the Rembrandt was, where the Raphael was, where the Titian was, where anyone who walked through the door could stand in front of the things that human beings have made when they were trying as hard as they could to make something beautiful, and feel, for the time they were standing there, that the trying had been worth it. She built it for herself. She left it for everyone. This is the most Catherine thing about her, the combination of genuine personal need and genuine public generosity. The inability to separate what she wanted from what she was building. The instinct that the thing she most needed was also the thing that would most benefit the people around her. That her own deepest hungers were somehow in alignment with the world's. She was not always right about this, but she was right about the Hermitage. What does it mean, finally, to call her great? Not great for a woman, not great given the circumstances, not great by the forgiving standards that history sometimes applies to rulers who had the misfortune of operating in a difficult time or an unkind world. Great, simply. The same word, the same weight, the same unqualified assessment that we apply to the handful of figures in any century who moved through the world at a different scale from the people around them and left it measurably different from how they found it. She was born a minor German princess in a cold provincial city. She arrived in Russia at 14, speaking no Russian. She spent 18 years learning, enduring, building, becoming. She took the throne. She kept it for 34 years. She expanded the empire. She collected the paintings. She corresponded with the philosophers. She fought the wars. She suppressed the rebellion. She partitioned the country. She freed herself to love and paid the price of love and kept governing. She died at her desk effectively in the middle of the work. She was 67 years old. She had built something that the world had not seen before and has not seen since. Not a building, not an empire, not a collection, though she built all of those. She had built herself from nothing in the cold, through difficulty that would have destroyed a less particular kind of person, to one of the most complete expressions of human possibility that her century produced. That is what greatness is. That is what she was. It is late in St. Petersburg, later than late, the specific depth of a winter night in this city, when the cold has reached its final temperature and holds it, when the streets have emptied and the lights in most of the Winter Palace windows have gone dark, and the Neva lies frozen below the embankment walls in the silence of something that has been still for a very long time and intends to be still for a long time more. The stars are extraordinary. In the city in winter, when the air is clear and cold and carries nothing between the eye and the sky, the stars have a quality they do not possess in warmer, softer climates. They are hard and very bright, each one a point of absolute clarity rather than a suggestion. The whole sky a field of precise cold light that seems, at this hour, closer than it has any right to be. The Peter and Paul fortress across the river, its golden spire catches what light the stars provide and holds it, a needle of pale gold in the darkness. The highest point in the city, the place where the emperors and empresses of Russia are buried in the cathedral beneath it. The spire is visible from everywhere. On clear nights, a fixed point around which the city organizes its darkness. Catherine is in there now, has been in there for 230 years, give or take, in the specific cool dark of the cathedral vault, in the white marble sarcophagus that was made for her and that contains her with the same permanent, patient certainty that the buildings she built contain the paintings she collected, completely, without remainder, for as long as the stone holds. The Winter Palace is quiet, not entirely dark. It is never entirely dark. The security of 3 million objects requiring a permanent human presence. The lights of the duty staff visible in certain windows along the embankment. Warm amber in the cold blue of the winter night. But quiet. The tourists who came through the doors at 10 this morning and dispersed through the 1,000 rooms for the hours that museums are open, they are gone. The Rembrandts are alone with themselves. The Raphaels, the Titian that was considered, at the time of its acquisition, the finest Titian in private hands anywhere in Europe. They hang in the dark and wait for morning. They have been waiting for morning for a long time. They are very good at it. Think about what this city has seen. Not the city of museums and tourists and the careful restoration of imperial facades to their original aquamarine and white and gold, though that city is real and worth seeing. The other city, the city that was here before the Restoration, and before the Soviet decades, and before the revolution that ended the dynasty, Catherine had served and ruled and made into something it had not been before. The city that Catherine actually inhabited, the frozen river crossed by sledges in January, the white nights of June when the sun barely set, and the court moved through the small hours in the specific, dreamy disorientation of a city that refuses to be fully dark. The balls in the Winter Palace, 1,000 candles multiplied by mirrors into something that turned night into a different kind of day. The Hermitage Theatre, Catherine in her box, the performance beginning when she arrived and ending when she chose. The study, always the study, the lamp, the papers, the coffee. It is all gone now, in the specific sense that everything is gone, that the people who inhabited it are gone, the relationships that animated it are gone. The specific texture of a particular human life in a particular time is gone as completely as it is possible for a thing to be gone, which is to say entirely, except for what it left behind. And what it left behind is here. The Neva in winter at night stand on the embankment and look at the ice. That broad, white road running from the darkness of the Gulf to the darkness of Lake Ladoga. The city arranged along its banks in the geometry that Peter the Great imposed on the swamp and that Catherine refined and extended into something that could sustain more than the original argument, that could sustain 34 years of an empress's working life and the cultural ambitions she brought to it. The ice holds sound differently from water. In summer, the river absorbs the sounds of the city, the traffic, the boats, the human noise of a city of 5 million people going about its business. In winter, the ice reflects sound back, so that on very quiet nights you can hear things that the summer river would swallow. Footsteps on the far embankment, the creak of the ice itself as it settles and shifts in the cold. Occasionally, the distant sound of a church bell carried across the frozen surface with the clarity that summer never permits. Listen, somewhere in the city, a library. Not the Hermitage. The Hermitage is a museum, its books part of the collection rather than the working library of a person who reads. But somewhere, a library, the kind that has accumulated over decades, that has the specific smell of books that have been handled and considered and set down and picked up again, the smell of attention given to ideas across time. Catherine's library was this kind of library. She read everything in it, not as a collector accumulates objects for the having, but as a reader reads for the understanding. The Voltaire annotated, the Montesquieu memorized, the Diderot argued with, the histories of Russia that she was trying to write and never finished, the memoirs of her own life that she was always revising, always returning to, as though the writing of it was itself a form of living it again, more carefully, with better understanding of what it had meant. She never finished the memoirs either. There is something right about this. The person who spent her whole life in the middle of the work, dying in the middle of the work, the accounts not balanced, the story not concluded, the final chapter not written. Lives do not conclude. They stop. Hers stopped in the middle of a sentence, effectively, the pen still in her hand, in the metaphorical sense that matters more than the literal, still working, still thinking. still the person she had made herself into across 7 decades of extraordinary concentrated effort. The city is very quiet now. The temperature is dropping another degree. The thermometer on the exterior wall of the Winter Palace, descendant of the one she had installed at her instruction, showing the cold in the specific numbers she had always preferred to the general impression. The stars over the Peter and Paul fortress are very bright. The golden spire is a needle of pale gold against the dark sky. The fixed point, the place where she is. She arrived here at 14, in a carriage, in February, in the cold. She stepped out of the carriage into the specific, bright, frozen air of a St. Petersburg winter morning and looked at the Winter Palace rising before her and made a decision, not the conscious, articulated decision of a strategist, but the deeper decision that lives below consciousness, in the part of a person where what they are going to become is already forming before they have words for it. She decided it was hers. It took 18 years to take it. It took 34 years to make it what she had decided it would be. Then she was done, not finished. She was never finished, but done, in the sense that the body presents its accounting and the accounting is final and the remaining work is someone else's work now. She crossed the river, not the way she had wanted to cross it, not standing, not working, not the specific alert aliveness of someone who has always been equal to whatever the crossing required, but across, finally, to whatever the crossing leads to, which no one who has made it has been able to report back about, which is one of the very few things in the universe that remain beyond her knowledge and her management and her extraordinary, sustained, lifelong refusal to accept that anything was beyond her. She crossed. The Hermitage opens its doors every morning at 10 o'clock. The Rembrandt is still there. The Raphael, the Titian that was considered at the time of its acquisition the finest Titian in private hands anywhere in Europe. 3 million objects waiting in the quiet of the museum night for the doors to open and the people to come through and stand in front of the things that human beings made when they were trying as hard as they could and feel for the time they are standing there that the trying was worth it. Catherine thought it was worth it. She spent 34 years proving it. Sleep now. The river is frozen. The stars are very bright. The golden spire is catching what light there is and holding it. The way white marble holds light, the way certain kinds of love hold what they were given and return it slowly, over years, over centuries, changed by the holding into something that was not there before. The city is quiet. The lamp in the study is out, but the Hermitage is full of light, not the light of lamps, not the light of the January stars, but the specific light that lives inside paintings, inside the things that people make when they are trying to hold something that would otherwise be lost, trying to say something that words cannot quite say, trying to leave behind evidence that they were here, and that being here was this, was exactly this, was worth all of it. She was here. It was this. It was worth all of it. Rest now. Drift through history. Sleep well.